Here at the stage where we're making a song. Thank you for watching all. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Based on the missing 411. Actually, it's 411. People that go missing in national parks in the U.S. So it's about the missing 411. It's set in 2034. Topic's portals. It's set in Yellowstone National Park. Any idea is a valuable idea as long as you can learn from that idea. What I'm wrestling with right now is the characters of the Warriors of Light, because the book is basically a Final Fantasy based book, and it's gonna have like all the Final Fantasy tropes and everything. So like the main heroes are the Warriors of Light, giving the reader the opportunity to fill in the gaps for themselves and create a basis for the character around their own identity. So to me, like on a flat level, this is the AI fucking up. The AI doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about when it made this sentence. That's a problem with the AI. But as an inference for a reader trying to get intent out of something that doesn't make sense, my mind goes to the area of maybe what they were talking about in the beginning of the story about his time spent away was reference to him being in this dimension. There are no rules for writing. Because once you create rules for writing, you lose out on all the dark, fucked up, twisted shit that people do, and because it's writing, you can just read it anyways, because it's just fiction. Blender, and the sound, space the light, to starboard, asleep, on cross in light, the earth in its sky, heaven in its earth, night jungle, and day river through the universe. You can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
And the link did not work.
Yo, boys, we back at it. Welcome. How's it going? So, we found this new program. We've been struggling with making our own maps, so I thought this one was pretty funny. You can go talent, and then it'll tell you, well, damn, man, 165% writing talent. That's insane. I remember making 3D puzzles of ancient cities and shit like that when I was a kid. Alright, now we have at least a concept. Location, intro. So we take this, write a 2,000 word story about. Yeah, the whole point of this exercise... Wait, why did it give me 2? Damn! Alright. He fucking slit his wrists. Alright. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Specialties for Valentine's Day. So welcome everyone. And if you know your classic rock history, you would know the story behind this song. Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? We back at it. How are you guys? It's another day. What do you guys think, huh? Another day? It's gonna be a good day today? Big day? Finally do what we were gonna do yesterday. Show a little bit of, like, strategic planning and, you know, I guess you could say, like, not necessarily advice, but, like, brainstorming, right? How do we come to the perfect, format of the story, with the perfect story inside that format? You know, it's like, Russian nesting doll of fucking things that you gotta do. But I am good, Callie. What's up, Callie? It talks! So I saw stuff on the Discord. Talks, I recorded chapter 1. Oh, hell yeah, Callie. The entire chapter? Oh, I fucking love it, bro. Hell yeah. I have an improvement I can make. Ooh, there you go. Discovered my middle voice is better than my deep voice. What is it like? You got like your deep voice like this? And you got kind of a medium voice, like middle voice, like this? Or more like a middle voice like this. It's a little bit up and tone-ish, you know? Not quite on the nose, but just a little bit out there. A little softer. Yeah, I'm bad at that. So my one thing I'm bad at. Not redeem. See, there are things that I am very good at, and there are things that I am not good at. And I know the things that I am not good at. But the only reason I am not good at them is because I do not practice them. I practice brown all the time because I love to talk in the brown. Because the brown gives you an extra level of layer of go through, if you know what I mean. You have to go through this and translate it essentially from like English brown into normal English. So sometimes it is like the extra step puts you on the extra XP path, so it is like grinding all the time. It is very helpful. But yeah, so Callie, we might as well just start off then. What do you say? We just hop right into chapter 14? Or wait, chapter 13? Yeah, chapter 13. We're on chapter 13, I believe. We ain't got no much else to do, so let's just hop on into it. If I can now find where these channels are. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's bomb droppers. There's that. I'm just gonna reply to the reply of this. There. Apply again. Come to me, sir. And now I click on it. We'll go to it, and we can open it. Boom. Here we are. Chapter 13, Pure Static. Ooh, I'm excited, Callie. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. We're getting to the end of the story. That, there, and that there. Alright, I think we are good. All this red. Now we're good. If only you could tell it. I don't know why that says pure there, but okay. Check my message, you dingus. What message? Wait, what? On Discord? Oh, how about I come in you? True! That's the good stuff right there, boys. Okay, let's get a toke going up in y'all. And get us setting in the mood, right? Bad idea to wear the sweater today. Back up to fucking 40 degrees out in here. Alright. Let's get into this. Chapter 13, Pure Static. I don't know, it's a little weird that I do as Rebecca would if she were alive, but speak as I would if she were myself. Rebecca experienced a halving of her perception, thought, and behavior, apprehension in everything she thought and said. A thought or emotion from Todd translated into an action from Rebecca. Speech and action have separate elements of hesitation, said Spike. There's supposed to be a space there, but I don't know if that was a pasting error or not. Rebecca, calmed by his voice, had her focus waver for a moment. Her eyes closed, her mouth open with a slow inhale. Okay, so is it Rebecca hesitating to speak and me hesitating to act? That's it. One of you takes action where the other refuses it. Baron made a fist with his butterflies and sent them flying towards the two with a harsh grunt. A few made it through the killing dome. Tar made of the majority. The rest of the butterflies flew towards Spike to whisper into his ear. There's a way through. Keep her talking for me. I'll remake your corpse point. Butterflies landed where his tail fell to Rebecca's illness. She was too tired to tell. Spike stared at his claws, scratching himself to feel the sharpness of his tail again. I believe you'd want to know more about the three chosen ones. There's another space, so I'm guessing that's just a pasting error. Baron said butterfly after butterfly towards Rebecca. One after another, they fell to the ground in a pile of tar. Having claimed Spike's own storm, Rebecca sat down, listening as he told her more about these abilities everyone had and why they had them. If I were a child at the time of your turning, I might have been chosen. I wonder if it's a cursed life we live if our dreams aren't dreamt for us. Rebecca grabbed a stick from the glitter. A whack on the Viper's head ought to get him thinking straight. Why would you do that? Spike ignored her and sat down. There's the Monarch, the Storm, and the Mimic. Which one should I start with? I assume the Mimic, said Spike. You'd think I'd be more interested in myself, yeah, but the Storm. Why is Tangier not the only one? Everyone has a storm in them. It's when the storm is touched by a monarch that they learn they don't have to dance alone. Tangier found Sombra. The leopard found a butterfly. That's all in the stories. You must not have read them all. Todd did, but I've been dead for decades, so not really. Rebecca lay her head on a small boulder. Ah, so it'd be easier if I explained as if you knew nothing. I promise to tell you the full story someday, but for now, here's more on vertigo and the leopard. Vertigo is the sensation that the world around you is spinning. The reason we say the world belongs to you when you feel it is that it's as if the world is spinning for you. Just you. It's not a lonely thing either. You have people in this world, and some describe their vertigo as feeling they belong with the people they love. It's touch that makes you feel this way. That makes sense. But why is the world spinning a benefit to variance? When the world spins for you, there's control in the balancing act. Lack of balance translates to clumsiness, sure, but you can make corrections in your movement right before you collide with an object or person. That is dancing with vertigo. You can even use the momentum from this imbalance to send foes flying with strikes. A sixth sense comes from an awareness of your surroundings given to variance with certain animal features. The leopard is one such animal. Leopards have both the strength and features needed to make corrections in their bodies fast enough to rival a butterfly's eyesight. Then there's the fact his storm somehow woke up, said Spike. Rebecca stood from her place. Baron's butterfly hid from Rebecca under Sky's ear. No, she's getting roused up. Tone the explanation down a bit, whispered the butterfly. You said the leopard was a creature of duality, but of what? Static and shadow. Static is a concept similar to visual snow. You see the world through something like white noise from the television. It's really a form of energy. And just like all molecules, everything of matter has movement to it. You know, Browian motion with liquids and gases. With living things, it's more like a mastery of energy within the self that variance can move with enough practice. True mastery is called a swarm. It's when you can call on any existing butterfly to complete you as long as one butterfly is alive. No one's really mastered the swarm like the combatants have, though. Takes about 20 years of meditation to do it. What about the monarch? Hasn't she mastered it? She's been taken places without wanting to be. That's not mastery, just clumsiness. She's being used by her swarm. Combatants have a mastery that borders on immortality. If someone has a crown, like you do, you might be able to destroy them all. Too bad you don't have a storm like Tangier in you. Or one just as strong, like this leopard fellow. Rebecca kicked glitter off the ground, bottom lip bitten. How do you know I don't have a strong one? You're in leveled skies, kid. Being so high up and with this corpse point, I've seen it all. So you know what I'm capable of, said Rebecca. Sure, even if you weren't tired from being in this body, every combatant living here would have died if you willed it. Corpse point repaired, Spike wrapped his tail around the girl. Do you not will it? Does Tangier dwell within this body? Scales turned into tar where Spike held her. Rebecca fell onto the glitter, blood dripping onto her clothes. A butterfly landed on her nose. Lightheadedness filled her, along with the thrill she didn't recognize. She swatted at it, let the butterfly flutter away. There's no reason to hurt you other than when you try to hurt me, so why try? Her eyelids fell closed with a gentle flutter. The killing dome around Rebecca grew smaller and smaller as Baron walked closer to her. I'll die before you prove to me there's more to life than effort. When Spike raised his corpse point, he experienced the same rising in his legs as if he stood from the glitter. Phantom limbs had him stumble down. Vertigo struck him. Rebecca yawned, and again she lay her head on the concrete rock. Ours is a unique vertigo. I only remember having legs, but still feel as though there's a world for me out there. You didn't let your father explore this. I'm almost envious. Spike couldn't envy the dead. Dreams are repetitive unless someone you know owns a corpse point, a sharp feature other than claws that lets the dead visit the living upon a pierce through the heart. The difference between this and a combatant visiting the dead is that the corpse point can't visit former selves. Why would you be jealous? She asked with a whisper. Most variants curse being an animal, curse having vertigo, but after a while you learn more with it than you would have without it. You learn how to be human. You learn how to dance. I just wonder, how do you dream? That's what your father is learning in these nightmares of his. Is Todd different? He refuses his vertigo. When I called Todd weak, without his dancing, nah, fighting is a new dance, just without the love he deserves. Just worry. He'll find love. Don't worry, he'll find love, said Spike. Baron grabbed the girl. Butterflies, tar on her flesh before they could reach it, fell black and bubbling. The combatant turned statue of falling tar desperately kept Rebecca in his hands. I'll bring out your shadow self whether you want me to or not, said Baron. A look into Spike's eyes. She saw him sad and wanting. She held her hand out and something grew in his mouth, something sharp. Thank you. Baron, that's enough. Stop before she kills every combatant here. Not that she wants to, but I see that her emotions have control over her will. She felt sorry for me, so if she gets angry at you or any combatant, I don't know what might happen. Baron went wilder. Rebecca woke up and fought back against the tar. The butterfly managed to remove Rebecca's crown. You refuse to know yourself. You're the one who deserves to die here. A frog loved only by the dead has no place living, said Baron. Todd, without the kindness Rebecca could afford, closed his eyes to feel for both the vertigo and the static that filled the darkness. He went on all fours, unable to remain upright, sighed and shut his lids tight. No, Baron, you're mistaken. You're the one who can't find a reason to live. All 5 of you combatants are better off dead. A cloud of monarch butterflies arrived from the sky. Don't you think we have dreams too? I'd like to see what it's like below this frozen skyline, said Monka. Orange became black. Black went even blacker, then bubbling. You need your shadow self, Todd. It's really the best way for variants to grow. It's not my way. Let me just tell you then. It'll be because of you that Leopon loses his chair. Monka now stood a pillar of tar. Assuming this happened to every combatant, Hawkins and Akita wouldn't be meeting their butterflies. When these combatants died, level skies shattered in its entirety. Their little dream is over, Frog Boy. Yours might well start here, but you should make sure you survive the landing. A cloud of glitter replaced clutters of glass bubbles. Light separated into magentas, azures, and ambers through these miniature prisms. Rays of light went through rays of light to mix into new, more vibrant colors. New York City would have been in pieces on the glitter, but Monica took back what she lost by the time Todd fell from the Skylands. Find your crown, yelled Spike. A frog wouldn't survive a fall like this, but a mimic would. 4 miles up. Cold and getting colder. Todd knew the holly he consumed so long ago had worn off. Have the others taken a dose of tea with holly in it to survive this? Yes. Peter's powder. I'd like you on my side if I save you, said Tangier. Todd gave him a nod. Monica knew it this voice. What felt like wind took him in a static palm and sent him closer to the crown. Leopon grabbed it from the air, lightning following him. Monica flew beside him, a pair dizzying the frog with wings that dashed and claws that slashed through the air, into walls of electricity that pulsed with every paw and feeler at their surface. Vertigo let them dance. Touch let them know they weren't dancing alone. Leopon put on the crown. I thought you said no more dancing, said Monica. I never said no more fun, Leopon said, smirking. Todd's frog skin went from green to a surface of black and white specks. A man of pure static, of energy that comforts the sleepless. Like white noise left on to drown out the world. In this way, Tangier was the opposite of Vertigo. Tangier was isolated, lonely, a man who belonged with the dead, like the loveless frog boy whose father needed him to die. Do you think yourself a king, kitten? I'll no longer be allowing you full access to my abilities. It was that the two knew not what gods he made them. Tangier raised these two apart from human, animal, and even variant for a world that would never accept but worship them. They squandered this with 20 years trapped in glass. The two were not what he meant them to be, no longer his children. Only the frog started his days right. The mimic knew he must be used. 20 years a chef, an eternity a mimic. Blown from their flight by Tangier's wind, Monica went hurling towards the glitter. Leopon leapt from a ceiling of static he made from his paws and charged towards her. When he reached her, she dissipated, turned to a cloud of monarch butterflies. I am alive in you, Monica, and so too will the other combatants be alive in their respective variants. Leopon, too slow to activate his static floor, landed hard on a patch of concrete, an island surrounded by glass. Tangier stood tall and spangled before Leopon. What is that? Asked Leopon. Reach for Tangier. Touch him, but don't let him touch you. It could be that Tangier won't be able to touch Monica, but Monica didn't want to risk that. So if Tangier ever came close, Monica would have his variants split into a kaleidoscope. The breeze had buildings thrown at the three, only to have them turn to flocks. Leopon, a flock of elfin butterflies, was like dirt on snow. He was a gentle way through the structure, though dodging chairs and walls without effort through a windowless building. Elfins melted through these obstacles as if the sun were upon them. Yet these were not the actions of Vertigo. This was static. This feels very different from Vertigo, said Leopon. Of course it does. Static is a natural thing that moves by itself. Vertigo was designed to move those afflicted with it, said Tangier. With a grunt, he sliced through the building Leopon maneuvered through. Leopon returned to his leopard state. He stood on a wooden desk and ran his paws through his bright red mohawk, removing his crown. Are you sure you should be so calm before a storm? With that, Tangier's static went green. Patches of flesh faded in. A croak. Todd landed on the surface. Leopon grabbed a black-lined, orange-pooled butterfly crown, sat in on a cushioned chair beside him, and dashed towards Todd. This was a dash without his lightning, too enraged to channel his static. Instead, shadow enveloped him, and everyone could see the boiling because the sky was dark and the clouds roiling. Leopon painted the skies with his rage as he threw himself at Todd, painted Todd with his own blood when claws went into his skin. I know you have a reason for this, but I don't care much for explanations right now. A growl in his voice as Leopon spoke with his teeth grinding. Todd, partially knocked out, had his mind invaded by Tangier. Without meaning to, the storm forced the frog into a state of meditation. Static in his eyes, he opened them and gazed into the eyes of the leopard man. Monica's eyes were a flood. Leopon's thunder, the combatants a flurry, and that of the frog a solid thing that shakes. Yet Todd offered freedom, gave up on his dreams to allow others to reach theirs. There, Leopon could see Todd's father, standing under the archway. On his knees, hands in prayer, the jaws of 1,000 snakes attempting a bite into human flesh. Leopon understood this. I see something in those eyes. They're not like Monica's. Todd wasn't like the butterflies. Monica attempted murder and relished in the thought of achieving it. Todd achieved murder and regretted it. Leopold almost felt for him. But you're a coward, Todd. I would rather kill for the right reasons than live the rest of my life with a ghost begging me to die. There's no right reason to kill other than mercy. Then you think you're a hero. I think I'm the only reason people can dream after death. Leopold grew curious. This curiosity had Leopold find a path through Todd's eyes. Todd led him through. Under that path, a river raged with the same... Oh, more DBZ! True! Thank you for coming in and hanging out! How's it going? Pump up the... Nope. Still not Super Saiyan. God damn it! I want it! Under that patch, a river raged with the same crashing sound as thunder, a sound that shook the make of their pathway. Jesus! Had them stumble. Again, it was vertigo. They fell, dizzy and whirling, on their way towards a man at the end of their path. A cage was behind him. Inside it was a boy, shrouded in darkness, crying. A disorienting thing. It was the same man who stood under the archway they now stood upon. Paws and webbed feet clung to the railings. They collected themselves before they continued. Vertigo was not a symptom that could be overcome easily, but Leopold had his tail, his whiskers. Todd had nothing to use against his symptoms. Well, in his own dream, he didn't have Rebecca, Randall, or Tangier to mimic. He collapsed on the concrete guardrail he stood reclined to. While dizzy and nauseous, Leopold used his tail as a counterweight and his whiskers to keep from falling into his own static river. Falling towards the right, his tail swung left. Sensing he had flung himself too close to a railing, he swung right. Vertigo struck harder and closer to get... struck harder the closer he got to Randall. The jaws of snakes revealed themselves to him before he reached the man. I was always good at jumping. He leapt towards Randall. Lightning cracked against his feet. A jump over him. Leopold grabbed Randall before the snakes bit him. No, you can't set the boy free. Every shadow he released upon me when I tried was another snake sinking teeth into my bones. Don't do it. A tug at his fur. Rebecca stood behind Leopold. Are you here to set the shadow self free? If you are, just know Todd won't die as easily with his brimstones splitting his body. Todd needs to die, for us. Leopold's eyes turned narrow and almond-shaped in the light of the cage. No lips moved, but words escaped the boy. You killed me. This is your chance to redeem yourself. No, Leopold. The variant needs to die to save me, said Randall. What about your son? Have you considered how he feels? That's an overgrown frog, not my son. Todd croaked a sad croak and hopped away. A swipe at Randall and static slid down the wound in his cheeks and healed fast. Not the best father, are you? Asked Leopold, when Todd stepped away from this dream. Randall, Todd's shadow self, and Rebecca vanished. Static around Leopold ejected buildings of New York City. Statues that bowed, metal fencing that led to castles, real castles, and pools that glistened like scales, all with shadows, highlights, and colors as magical as a dream achieved. This isn't a dream I'm having. His heart belonged to a man skydiving. Leopold had to make a choice. Stay here and live this dream forever, or leave and have to die anyway. Perhaps not even to live the same dream, but a nightmare. Scales of the pool gathered, a reflection upon it, a monarch butterfly. Waves in the pool formed, wings white, orange, and black rose from the water. It was Monka, a giant butterfly before him. Leopold saw wisdom in his wings, and in this wonder had to ask questions. "Don't you think it's too early for you to die?" asked Monka. "I think all this is my reward for living. I'll dream, and still the world will remember me." "Do you think it's the effort you put into living that makes dreaming worth it?" "No. Rewards are overrated. Working, moving, progress, no. Empty progress is for the scientists." Jesus. "You're saying dreams aren't worth it. Don't live to dream, or you'll be forgotten. This is why I'm against this world we're in. Randall should be living to be remembered. Well, but instead, he lives for his dreams. It's driven a father who wants his own son dead. What say do we have in the reasons people live? We have a say in it as long as people suffer for their dreams. And right now, Todd is suffering because a pathetic dreaming man can't suffer the living nightmare he made for himself. So Todd should suffer his father's dreams because the man can't suffer his own nightmares. How does that make sense?" "Leopold, I don't mean to say that anyone should suffer. Todd's dream is this, to make his father happy. This is every bit Randall's dream for his son. If you can teach Todd to dream for himself, Randall can escape." "Perhaps if I do this, I'll be remembered for something good," thought Leopold. "Thanks for clearing that up. By the way, another piece of advice. It's the beast who dances because they enjoy the fall who lives. After that, and so long as you've grown old, I won't protest choosing death. I won't protest falling." Damn, Callie. Holy shit, bro. That little exposition dump there was fucking beautiful, by the way. It was like the perfect time for that, like, little description. Just to solidify everything and ground it. I have no idea where the story's going, though. That's the one thing I will say. Like, I'm along for the ride, but I'm not too clear on the character motivations. Like, now that Leopold and Monica are kind of, like, together, right? I feel like I don't know why they're pushing forward. So I don't know if I just missed something and I'm retarded, or you're, like, waiting to dump something in the next chapter. But I fucking love it, Callie. The imagination is insane with it. Alright, well, if no one has anything else, then without further ado, we can move into the reacts. Should I say? As long as you feel that the motivation is there, then that's pretty much all I need. Damn, I don't know, I'm so fucking tired. Okay. Notes on craft questions. Ooh. So we got some interesting questions going forward here. These are questions that you should know about your book. I don't know if they're specifically character related or if they're just your book related. It's questions that you should find answers to. I think it's just that there's a huge war going on and they're trying not to get taken over completely. Yeah, because I'm still like, if Tangier is with Todd, that's kind of what threw me off. And then Leopold and Monica are with Todd, but weren't Leopold, like, wasn't their goal to destroy the 5 pillars? Like, that's the last goal that I remember was, like, them all going out to each of them to destroy a pillar. And even the guy, oh, yeah, they're still doing that. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought that was still something that's going on. Because he was I want to say Spike was talking about it in Chapter 12 when he was talking to Todd, when either him or Baron was like, aren't you here to do something? They learned how to control their powers in Leveled Skies. Yeah, that was like the training arc, right? At a bit, at least. Yeah. Yeah. And then they basically, like, done with it, so it's like they blow it up at the end, right? Or at least it shatters, so it's like it's not needed anymore. And I kind of think of that as a, no one else can follow in our footsteps. Like, we're not leaving the tools for people to catch up with us. You know? Like, we used Leveled Skies to fucking train ourselves. We're gonna blow it up so no one else can deal with it. Just take everyone else out there. At least that's how I think Tangier's plan was. But I'm still like, isn't destroying the 5 pillars to stop Tangier? So now that Tangier's in Todd, doesn't that just add a new element to it? So I'm excited, Calvin. Don't mistake my yawning for being bored. It's been a fucking long day. I pushed carts for like 2.5 hours today. That's probably why I'm tired, because I'm usually just standing at the courtesy desk. But I actually fucking worked today. Todd is doing things his way, even if it's with his enemy. Okay, that's what I thought. Like, he made an alliance, like the Devil's Pact, like a Faustian pact with Tangier. But I like the way that he's doing things on his own, because he doesn't want to rely on anyone else, but then he winds up relying on Tangier anyways. It's that classic, you think you can get away from it, but you can't, right? It's always sad to see, but it's like super good for the story. Because it hits you, because it makes the character definitely feel real with that. Because you're like, no, you're making the wrong, we're pretty sure you're making the wrong choice. And then, it winds up they're making the right choice for themselves, right? But it's all around just great presentation. Alright. Okay, where the hell is this thing? Is it here? There we go. Okay. Alright. Let's get into it, boys.
Look, Riders, these 9 questions aren't easy ones to answer, but I guarantee if you think about them and try to figure out for yourself what you think the right answer is, then you are going to be able to write a better book. 1. Do you prefer language?
Okay. Do you prefer language as trance or as entertainment? Now, what if I say I do both? If this is the correct, if I have the correct interpretation of this. Like, something to zone out to, as opposed to something to pay attention to. Do you think mine is trance? if trance is like... immersion, I think would be a better word, but I'm not sure. Let's just see what he defines these
language as trance or as entertainment. So when you write with language as a trance, you're sort of trying to get the reader to slip into a dream where they don't even see words on the page anymore. They're kind of just experience.
Okay, yeah. Where it's just like the words are just there to facilitate the image in your head. So you are 100% in on what you're reading. Which most of the time I am when I'm reading, because I'm usually like I'm spending 20% of my effort reading, I'm spending 80% of my effort turning those words into images. Does that make sense? So it's like I'm doing a lot more work with imagination than I am by just reading. And then I can just like drone stuff out, and I'm like, oh, I have to go back and read that paragraph because I was world building in my head instead of actually reading what was on the page.
Seeing your world. Language as entertainment is...
But your world is, and your writing is definitely built in a poetic trance state, where it's definitely, you are drawn right into it, and nothing really feels like today. Like, this is the first time I think we've gone through basically the entire chapter without a single interruption. It was just pure flow. And it's like at no point in time did I feel like I was reading a story. I just felt that I was just building on top of, like, what is already in my head, essentially. And I'm just, like, looking forward to the next sentence. So I feel that is more of a trance state.
Writing that draws attention to itself. It works kind of like a verbal jack-in-the-box. Every single sentence is doing something artistic. It's kind of performing. And a good way to think about these differences is compare any random sentence of, say, John Grisham to any random sentence of Don DeLillo. I chose two sentences at random. We're going to put them up on the screen and look at the differences between these two sentences. The John Grisham sentence is much more about plainly communicating information. It's a sentence just designed to get information across. While a Don DeLillo sentence is meant as fireworks and to be clever and to make the reader think about language itself. You need to figure out for yourself whether you were trying to write language that works more like trance or that works more like entertainment, and there's also another option, like you could do something in the middle. There are plenty of authors who split the difference and try to write a little bit of both. And you should also ask yourself this: what type of writing do you enjoy reading? Now, this doesn't always mean you should write the way that you read. Like, for instance, I tend to enjoy writing that does work as entertainment. But when writing, I prefer writing the type of language that works like a trance. 2. What can writing do?
Okay, so let's think about this for a second. For me, it's topic and genre. If it's like a sci-fi, I'm probably more in it for the entertainment because I'm thinking more on a scientific level of interest to see how the science in this sci-fi world and the technology works and stuff like that. So I think I'd be looking more for entertainment in that. But in fantasy, I'm looking more for trance. And the main reasons I would state behind this as a foundation is the amount of experience that I have with sci-fi or with science, as opposed to the amount of experience that I have with, like, fantasy. And it's like I have a lot less experience of fantasy and reality, whereas science is more reality, which goes with sci-fi. So it creates this more bogged down writing that's more about technicality than anything. Whereas in, like, a fantasy world, it's like more like a dance. So I said like one is like writing, like drawing. One's like drawing, and one's like painting. If that makes sense. Like drawing is definitely more entertainment. Painting is more trance. Alright. So it'd say like my answer would be entertainment for grounded stories. Historical romance, sci-fi, trance for fantasy, mystery, and horror. See, I definitely think that's a genre thing, at least for like reading for me. But for writing, I'm just thinking. I'm pretty sure it's the same. I'm just thinking about how I write fantasy versus how I write the other stuff, right? And fantasy definitely has a more obscure poetic essence to it, whereas like the romance and the sci-fi, like the smut and stuff, has a little bit of the poeticness in it, but it is more grounded in that aspect. So that's probably my answer to that. Just clocking in now. Do you want me to try answer the question? I mean, if you want to, Levi, like, what do you prefer? And how do you differentiate between which one that you prefer, entertainment or trance? Just to pick someone else's brain and see how someone else thinks about it. I'm intrigued with that. Well, we can also think about entertainment guy. I was more asking about the question on screen, though. Yeah, I was going to be like, wait, I'm pretty sure this is the bit bigger one, but whatever. I think Terrible Novelist described my fish story as a cozier story. Yeah, I definitely say that, Callie. At least from what I've read from it. And gotten the vibe from it. Feels like more family-oriented, like slice of life. But not like a dark, fucked up life. It's almost solemn in a way. So, what can writing do that films can't? I think writing can directly show the internal states, whereas film require more indirect methods. Okay, I'm just thinking about it from like character perspective. So my example in my head for this, Levi, is you have a character who's super happy, right? So the light in the room is like bright. It's like nice bright sunshine, right? And then you have the next character who's, let's say, depressed. And they're in the same room, but the only thing that they focus on are how dark and pure that the shadows are. I don't think that's something you can do in film. So I think that's like a direct example of what you're like saying by like internal states. Does that make sense? Because from the one character it's like, oh, it's nice and shiny and bright, and the other character it's like, it's dark and dreary and musk, you know? And it's like, if you have the same camera angle talking of those two characters in film, it's a lot harder to pull that off without, like you said, those extra indirect methods. I just found a way to write dialogue to make someone sound like they have really bad ADHD. So I was walking down the street, you gonna eat that? Oh, okay, thanks, no, totally. And then I was like, damn, man, that's pretty hot. So she was going out, and then I was like, no, don't worry about it. Hey, over here. So then we went on to this thing, and it was like, oh, no, get over here, don't worry about it. Yeah, oh, hey, you got that? Yeah, okay. And then, get this, man, we walked into, oh, yeah, no worries, here, yep, okay, thanks, yeah. Cool, man. Oh, and then get this, okay, it was like, no. That's what I imagined, Callie. Hey, you see that over there? See that over there? Okay, got this, and then we got this, and then we got this, and then we got this. So there's different ways to do that, right? Okay, so let's put this down as just for our own inference, like direct character perspective shift. And I'm gonna put in brackets, I'm gonna say two characters in the same room, one focus on light, one focus on shadows. Hard to show in film, easy in writing. Boom. Inner monologues tend to be better written than film. They can be done, and I'm thinking of the greatest one that I can think of all time, which is Christmas Story. But even then, the narration is from the past. It's not a current moment in the character's head thoughts. It's coming at it from the retrospective view, right? So there's a lot difference that you can do with that. But let's see.
Films can't. Here's why it's important to be able to answer this question. You don't just want to write books, which are basically movies on a page. Because if so, then why aren't you just writing screenplays, right? Your goal is to take advantage of things that books can do well. You're using this medium of the printed word, so, you know, take advantage of it. Nicholas Baker has this wonderful collection of essays called The Way the World Works. And specifically in an essay called I Said to Myself, he talks about the 3 things that books are better at than movies. 1, interiority. You can go
interiority.
Go into the brain of your character so much more in a book than you can in a film. I mean, most films don't go into the brain of the characters at all, and very, 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 very few have voiceover. In general, you want to explore the interior worlds of your character's thoughts because it's something the novel is good at. 2, time. Novels are definitely better than movies at speeding up through scenes, slowing down at scenes, and constantly changing the tempo. Other than a few montages, in general, movies always move at clock time. So books have this huge advantage because there's a lot more flexibility to skip over the boring parts and then really slow down for the pivotal points. And 3rd, POV variation. You can
manipulating time, slow down or speed up. And what was this one?
really get into the really slow down for the pivotal points. And 3rd, POV variation. You can really get into the voice and thoughts of characters in a much deeper way than film can. Film can follow certain characters, sure, but really the POV is always the lens of the camera viewing this person. You're very rarely in a first person in a movie. It's always omniscient narrator sort of as you view these characters. So the ability to jump from POV to POV to POV in a book is a real skill set that books allow you to have. Now those are just 3 suggestions. I would suggest that you try to answer that question yourself and really ask yourself, why am I writing books? Like, why books rather than a screenplay?
I am writing a book because the fantastical ideas that I have for the book do not fit in film. They could be in, like, animation, because basically the entire thing would have to be, like, CGI, because there's only, like, one human. Everything else are these ridiculously hard to pull off, non-almost humanoid species. So, it's not something that you can really easily do in a film medium unless it's animation. And usually that's, like, I actually don't know, but I'd assume it's a tighter niche for getting a hold of, like, you know, doing that. But it would probably be easier to get an animation than it would to get an entire fucking movie, right? Especially with the CGI you would have to do and stuff like that. A lot easier to do it with animation. But even then, it's like, the entire idea of the book is to be inside of Husai's head the entire time, in first person, experiencing along with Husai. Basically the idea that you are Husai, that it's like you're that character, right? So that you can feel that you're, like I said, it's like presented as like reading a video game. So it's almost like you're playing a video game, and Husai is the character that you're playing. And it's basically just a massively narrative driven story. Like, of course it's story, but you know, like, it's more about the characters than it is about the actual events that are happening in the world and how those events relate to the characters. As opposed to just having, like, a generic main character, right?
Or a graphic novel, or some other genre. If you can answer that question, you're going to write better books. 3. What should the writer never
It's ads time, boys. That's right. It's ads. Why ads? Why you do this to me? I'm so sad. Ads are assholes. You think you guys have it bad? You have to sit there and watch the ad. At least you have something to watch. I just have to sit here and be like, oh, I'm retarded. I don't know. Fuck it. Kill some time. We're just here to kill some fucking time. That's what's all about. Or very much, goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right. What should the writer never show? Ooh. My answer to this question is I want to say everything, but that's not a good way to say it. Oh, things that are This is the best way to say it, I guess. Things that are unexplained and beyond, like, the edge of the world. Far off vistas that are talked about but never visited create this feeling that the world is bigger than you are, because there's things in the world that you could just never understand. They're just said off randomly and make a bigger picture. Like the idea of, like, in the Lord of the Rings, like Valinor. It's more of an idea than a place, because you never actually go there and experience it. It's just, if you know anything about it, you just know that's where, like, basically everything came from. And that's where the elves came from. But actually going there kind of ruins that unless you add another far-off vista. You always have to have something that's out of reach, that's talked about, dreamed about, but never obtained. It's like everyone says like, what is the One Piece? You know what I think the One Piece is? I think it's nothing. And I don't mean, like, nothing as in, like, nothing. I just mean, like, it's not what people think. Like, it's just gonna... I think it's just gonna be, like Roger's ship with, like, a ton of, like, treasures on it. I don't think there's actually gonna be anything that's, like, super significant. But that's just me. But who the fuck knows, you know? At this point, it's like, could that be a cop-out? Another thing is showing things that are beyond the scope of, like, a mortal being. So I don't think you should ever show things that are, like, celestial level, like, encounters, right? Like, for instance, like the fight between Gaia and Anima. It's like, it is too high of an order of scale to be, like, comprehensible by a mortal. So, having the book end before the fight starts is, like, the perfect point to cut off, because you can't show that. It just doesn't really work. It's too much, right? At least that's my opinion of it. But let's see. So I'd say, like, scaling to the point of, like, eldritch beasts and the like. And then, what was the other one I said? Always have far-off vistas that are mentioned but never visited. Those would be, like, the two things I'd say, just never show that. And that will increase the size of your world phenomenally.
Show. Are there...
Because then the people will be like, well, there's these things that they know of that they've never been to, so imagine the things that they don't know about, right?
things which you absolutely refuse to write about? I think it's really helpful to think about this question because, you know, you have a lot of options for what to write about, but it's very important to know what are the lines you won't cross. In J.M. Coetzee's book,
is this completely different than what I thought? Is this not about, like, well, I guess, yeah, those are my lines, because I'll pretty much do anything. Like, one of my characters' backstory is literally intergenerational fucked up child abuse with, like, genetic engineering and shit. It's, like, fucked. but it's only ever really hinted at. It's never actually really stated. It's just that's how the character gets to the fucked up state that they're in, right? It's like you could see, oh shit, yeah, that would really fuck you up, right?
Who has very firm rules about what she won't write. She says that the writer should never show violence in the Nazi era or violence against animals. But what's funny about this advice is in the very next chapter, this author says something deeply sacrilegious about the Virgin Mary. But I guess for this character, those were their standards. Alice McDermott, in her book, What About the Baby, she also has one thing that she says she refuses to show in her books, and she thinks that far too many authors show it too frequently. It is sexual crimes against young girls. And I hear her, right? I mean, that's not pleasant stuff to read about. I can certainly understand an author who says, you know, I'm gonna draw the line there. That's not something.
You know what's fucked up about that? Okay, so if you know, I've talked about this before. We used to go on like family road trips and stuff like that, right? And we packed the car full of fucking audiobooks from the library. And there was this one time we're like listening to this story. It's just this is a random book, right? We just picked out a bunch of random books, and it's about not even a quarter of the way into the story, and it's about these like foster kids. I'm a prude, so I don't write about any sex. Makes sense, Levi. No worries. You can infer the romance and then skip the scene, right? Or like, you know, they wake up the next day. It's like there's so many easy ways to just skip over smut and have everyone understand what's going on, right? You don't have to be explicit. But anyways, and it's like, so the foster dad just has like the chick in the car and they're just like going, and then all of a sudden it's like the next chapter is like the chick wakes up and she's like, oh yeah, I could smell that we did it. And we were like, wait, what the fuck? What is this? What are we even listening to? Like, none of us were really even like paying attention until that moment. And it was like, okay, next book, fuck that. It was like, where the hell did this come from? I don't even know. But anyways, it's like, yeah, no one needs to read about that.
I want to appear inside my fiction. So you need to have a serious conversation with yourself as where do you draw the line? Do you have a line? Should there be lines? I think the Italian writer Elena Ferrante doesn't want to
See, my line isn't moral, my line is logical. Things that are too far beyond the scope of what should be human comprehension, you know? Stars smashing into each other, fucking... And we're not talking, like, in a sci-fi genre. We're talking, like, in a fantasy genre. It makes sense if it's in a sci-fi genre because the elevated level of language, technology, and understanding for sci-fi is a lot higher than it is for fantasy in general, right? Because generally you're not flying through the stars, blowing up galaxies, and warping through space in fantasy. I mean, you can, but you're just generally not, right? The Baldur's Gate would be a great example of this, is like how the Nautiluses don't travel, they just like jump between dimensions. It's like that is an inventive way of having something move, right? But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, my stuff's more logical to the understanding of what would, like, ruin the world and what creates good world building. So it's like, that's where my head goes when this is stated. But I will say, like, yeah, we just have no underage abuse. Only hinted... Never, only hinted in subtext, never explored, just, sets the character. So that's literally my line.
These type of lines. She has her character Elena, who is a writer character, say in her book that writers...
Unless it's like a horror story or something, and, you know, it's one of those guys gets possessed and kills his entire family. if it's a story like that, then it's like it's understandable because it's like the horror perspective from like the kids is like they're watching their dad hack apart their mom and then turns to them and then watches their brother get hacked apart and then they get fucking hacked apart, and it's like, you know, there's a the genre definitely dictates that, but it's like horror is more violence towards children, not anything else. And it's not like usually like torture, it's usually just like that brutality. You know, you kill him in the first hit, but then you just keep going. Right? It's the fucked up shit, but that's, you know, that kind of like demonic, dark, fucked up possession type like horror thing of like murdering your whole family. And then you wake up after murdering your entire family and go to jail, but now you have to prove that you were fucking possessed the entire time. Then it just turns like psychological after that, right?
Have the responsibility to recount everything in the human experience.
Be
and
respectful.
even, she says, what seems unsayable. Ultimately, you need to figure out where to draw the line and what you refuse to include in your writing. The fourth question that every writer should be able to answer is, should
you always strive to write round characters? This is a good question. You always strive to write round characters. My answer to this is, if you name a character Blessed! Scotty! Hey, how's it going, Blessed? How are you? Welcome, welcome. We are being asked questions, and we are figuring out our true author self through these questions. How do I perceive the craft of writing? How are you, Blessed? How have you been, good sir? Have you written anything? Tormented man, another day. Lol. Pretty much, brother. Pretty much, right? It's fucking life. If you name a character, make that character round. Period. If you don't need to name the character, it doesn't need to be round, but should be at least square. It's like you've built something with the character, but you haven't molded it, right? You have like an idea of what this person would or would not say or do. Like we're talking like basically NPC characters, right? That you know they're there because they interact in a way, but they just don't have their own kind of feeling to them because they're not there for long enough. Like a shopkeeper at a specific like armor shop that they're never going to meet again. You go to an armor shop, you learn the name of the character, you know that character is going to be important later. I fasted for 9 hours, exercised, and then restricted my breathing. I need a muffin, guys. I deserve it! Damn, Callie, that's harsh. I don't know if Muffin would appreciate you eating him, but you can go try. He's streaming right now. So go hop in there and see what he thinks about that. Alright, let's see what the answer is.
You always try to write round characters. So if you've never heard the term round character before, this is something that E.M. Forrester talked about in his book, Aspects of the Novel, is he delineated between round characters and flat characters. Round characters are complex, surprising, memorable.
Family drama, man. No writing. Began video editing tutorial. Ooh, I'm using DaVinci Resolve. It's taken me so many years to find a new career after not finishing my college degree. I feel that, Blessed. Yeah, I haven't really done anything with that. I still work at fucking Walmart. Intermittent fasting, Callie. Yeah, because fasting... What fasting does is it actually makes your body produce, like, more. So, if you're, like, building muscle and stuff like that, then... it's like your body produces growth hormones in order to, like, subsidize. So it's actually, like, a 500 IQ to fast like that. It's basically like giving your body an extra boost, because it goes into like a panic mode where it's like, oh shit. And as long as you can control that, right, then you're completely fine. And you just get like 10% boost with it. Shalom, I'm here but not really here. Smokey, true, 18 plus will stop cancer tumor growth. 18 plus hours will stop cancer tumor growth? Wait, what? Oh, you mean from producing hormones, like growth hormones and steroid hormones in your body. It's like the idea of like eating dirt, same kind of thing, right? The more bacteria you put into your body, the more your body can fight against it. You give your body more tools by exposing it to things. But yes, round characters are dynamic, complex, surprising, memorable.
They're realistic, they have layers, and they can change. Ooh, and they have backstories too. Flat characters, on the other hand, are kind of surface level, they're kind of one-dimensional.
18 plus hours fasting increases its autophagy and self-healing. Maybe that's why I look so young, because I have like one meal a day. And then I have like tiny little things sometimes. Like I used to eat a lot of beef jerky. Now I don't really eat beef jerky. I don't know what they did. They added pepper to it or something, or my taste buds changed. I don't know why. I don't like it anymore. Just for some reason, I just don't like it anymore. But I'll have like one meal a day, maybe another half meal, like an appetizer, like a nachos, or a bowl of cereal, or like a small pizza or something. I intermittent fasted for 16 to 18 hours a day for almost 2 years. Taste buds change every 4 years. But I've been eating beef jerky for like 25 years. Now, all of a sudden, it's just, I don't like it anymore. I swear they added pepper. It never had pepper in it. Now it has pepper. And it's like spicy-ish. And I'm like, what? Flat characters are surface level, one-dimensional, basic NPCs. I lost 100 pounds by quitting drinking, fasting, and paleo diet, and fasted morning exercise. True. So freaking satisfied. Hell yeah, Callie. Congratulations. That's day one, bro.
They're very consistent, and overall, they're pretty simple characters. Now, once upon a time, I would have instinctually...
See, and then I'd say, like, a square character... is, like, two-dimensional? Has 2 to 3 layers? Some basic minimal backstory. I got rid of my gastric reflex by drinking apple cider vinegar and water. Way to go, Callie. Nice, Blessed. That's dope. Congratulations, bro. So you just have to train yourself. Yeah, Blessed, I started up again. I was doing like 14 hours but stopped because it all fell apart. It's that one day, Callie, you stop for one day and everything fucking falls apart. I totally understand. I totally understand. Some basic backstory. And is connected to another character in some way. So I'd say it would be a square character. So it's like they're not quite totally refined, but they have a little bit of structure to them.
Actually said, well, of course you should always write round characters, right? I mean, aren't those better characters? But over the years, I've come to see that there are certain characters in books that don't need to be super round characters. Like, it's kind of fine that they're one-dimensional because they serve a purpose inside the book. For instance, think...
I feel that I actually lost 200 pounds, but stress 8 and put back on 100. That's fair, Blessed. True. Blessed, are you predicting the next trend? Guys, the next trend is to calculate how much weight you gain when you eat from your calories, and then add that to the amount that you lose. So when you lose 50 pounds, it's actually losing 64 pounds because you put 14 pounds on. Now I can say I lost 150 pounds when I only lost 110. Fuck yeah.
about minor characters, like say Rex in Toy Story. Rex's main goal in Toy Story is to be humorous, right? It's to make the audience laugh. He doesn't need a super complex backstory to be a super complex character. He really only has one main role. Or think of Prim in the Hunger Games. I do not find her to be a particularly complex character, right? She likes animals and she doesn't seem to have very many flaws, but she fulfills a very distinct role in the storyline. You can't tell that story without her. At the same time, she doesn't need to be super complex. Like, it's okay to have her sort of be a one-dimensional character. And also, I want you to think about certain genres that don't have any round characters. Stuff like fairy tales, right? No one's saying Little Red Riding Hood is this complex, super deep, round character. No, she's totally one-dimensional. Or think about fables, like Aesop's Fables. Those are stories where you're not supposed to have complex characters. And even think about a whole...
Like, even with my short stories, some of them, you're not, like, they're not, like, the characters, like, aren't that interesting or complex. That's why we're trying to build the character profile and build a bunch of different characters and have, like, 20 different profiles and, like, pull from different characters for different reasons, for different stories, and using different stories and genres to mold the character profiles around those stories. And then insert those characters into the book. And use, like, those short story narratives to drive what that character's purpose is. Night, Cerrito. Honestly, same here, Cerrito. True, Rick. For sure. I'm also doing a weighted flow rope, shadowboxing, jump rope. I did sprinting for a month, but I don't really want to go outside lately. I tried HIIT yoga and calisthenics. I need to get 35 to 40 pound weight soon. Nice. I'm dealing with the psychological and emotional and spiritual consequences of addiction and family BS. Well, I pray for you, blessed, because the world is harsh, but keep your feet up, man. I believe in you, good sir. You got this. I should probably do those as well to help my well-being. Thanks, Scotty. No worries, man. You know, we all been there. So... everyone's human, everyone makes mistakes, everyone gets over it. If you don't get over it, you're never going to get anywhere in life. And people that don't get anywhere in life, well, why would you want to stick around for them? Isn't flow rope the thing where you, like, go like this? And you, like, throw the ropes? Or you go, like back and forth? Battle ropes. That's battle... okay, that's battle rope. Then what's flow rope? My health and body will like that because now currently I'm a pile of fat. And honestly true. I guess I'm just lucky because I don't eat a lot. So I've always been super thin. But I love walking and stuff. Like, I take walks even on my days off and stuff like that. Flow rope is when you get into a flow and then start shooting ropes. What's battle rope? How does that action make battle rope? Yeah, I don't know, Rick. I don't know. I have no idea what flow rope is then. Then start shooting ropes. I don't know what you mean by shooting ropes. You get into the flow and then start shooting ropes. I don't know if that's troll or not, Levi.
Genre after Franz Kafka, right? Kafka-esque novel. Those people don't even have names
Paint the
most of the
fence.
time, right? They're K or the hotel clerk or something. So they're supposed to be symbols more than actual people. So of course they're not going to be around. All that to say is, in general,
movement practice with rope. Is that like pulling yourself? Or like hanging? Or like, you know, like pulling yourself across? So you just move and flop the rope around. Battle rope sounds so much funner though. It's like a bow staff. Okay, blessed. That sounds a lot like jump rope without the jumping. Okay, well that sounds a lot more badass. Like you're using like the middle of the rope and then you're like spinning the outsides kind of thing. That's the one with 2 heavy ropes on the ground. Simply by flipping those ropes around, it's a workout. Anyway, sir, for we must work on our bodies, for if we are like Discord mods, our bodies will rot. But if we lose the fat, the one thing that's pulling us back, for we must break out of our shell, getting out of our comfort zone to help us, and our health benefit as well. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, Rick. Bow staff rope. Cool. New weapon idea unlocked. I have the best character to wield it. Hell yeah. I'm thinking something like whip nunchucks. It's like nunchucks, but it's still got like 2 whips coming out of the end. So it's like you've kind of got like this rope in the middle length between them, and you got like kind of like the whip of Chuck, and yeah, like 2 handles, and you've got like whips on the end of them. You could have like weights on the end of the whips and stuff like that, and have them like, I don't know, I'm just imagining that, man. That's such a cool weapon. Yeah, that's such a great idea. Can I steal that, guys? Oh shit, we're in the middle of an ad break. Didn't even notice we're in the middle of an ad break. Forearm guards, but long blades. You could put blades on them for sure. You could do a lot with that. I just imagine like this isn't gonna be pretty, guys. But I just imagine like it would be something like you'd have like the handle, some sort of rope length, the handle, and then like the whip, and have like little weights on it or something. And you have like a blade. Something like that. $5K points. Welcome back. Let's go. 5K points. Frame that. That fucking picture. I have a 3-pound rope. I'm planning on getting a 5-pound one, but it's really hard to do flow with it. I just whip it side to side and practice my shadow boxing movement. I have forearm guards and the ball that has a string that you swing around and punch it or bounce it. Ah, that's cool, Rick. Hell yeah. Okay. Carry on.
Yes, of course you want your protagonist to be round characters, right? It was much more believable. But there are some
Like paddleball with you're the paddle.
characters in your book where you shouldn't fret too much if they're not super round and they're kind of flat. 5. Is the novel essentially...
Here we go. 5. Is the novel essentially moral or amoral? It is amoral. Paradise falls under its own weight. That's basically like Utopia, right? Paradise or Utopia falls. My characters are round characters, all 58 of them. JK, only like 20 so far. Damn, that's a lot, Rick. That's a lot. We have like, what, 5, 6 character profiles so far, and I think only like 2 or 3 of those are actually good. And guess what? What, Rick? They are all interconnected, all of them. All of my characters interconnected, Rick. Because they're all in the same world! Oh! No, I'm just fucking with you. Also, you meant my characters? No, I was just making a joke. I was just fucking around. Making a hyperbolic joke that, you know, all the characters are in the same world, so they're connected. I was just like taking that and just extrapolating to like the most fucking extreme you could possibly do. Oh, all the characters are connected in a way because they're all in the same world. I'm just so fucking retarded. No, I understand what you mean. I'm just joking. I'm just being retarded. Except 7 of them. For now, until they are. Rad. True blessed.
Moral or amoral?
And main character Jake, whom we focus on the most, though. Yeah. Jake Takahashi. The hardest part with my book is the fact that everything's through Husai's eyes. So he has to be placed very strategically throughout the entire story in order to fully comprehend and, like, relate the data that he sees in order, like, back. Right? And the other thing is, like, he could be sitting in a command tent with, like, a bunch of compearls, like, commanding the battle, and then when compearls start going out, that's when he goes out and joins the fucking battle and shit like that, right? Like, there could be a lot of different ways that we could play that out. So that he always has, and we basically show that off in the very beginning, that, oh, you can have eyes everywhere, right? And it's like, if you're the leader of this, you have, like, basically cameras on all of your characters, like fucking body cams on all of the other characters, and you're just watching them do what they do, but through Husai's eyes. So without being in their minds, you'd be in, like, Husai's minds with their bodies. So I wonder if that'll work in a very interesting type of way. What is happening? J.A. Crispy! Not much. We are discussing my novel and Rick's novel and characters. How round and flat characters are, and how many characters we have, and how well-rounded those characters are, which ones are background characters, main characters, and so on. But Rick, yeah, you have a lot. You've got like 1,000 fucking pages worth of shit. Like, you probably actually have more, even if that one's the biggest. Like, just from the 2 out of like 14 tabs is like 500 pages of shit. That's fucking insane. It's just an all backstory. It's like, that's what's in my head, not on paper. But yeah, Crispy, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Do you enjoy creativity? Do you enjoy sharing ideas and increasing your creative boundaries, let's say? I honestly have a character that like that he's a psychic kinetic person. I'm getting back into reading lately. Ooh, yeah, reading is so good. We read a lot. But right now, we are reacting to a video on the 9 craft questions that you should be able to answer. Meaning, like why is writing your craft? And how do you approach writing? What is your perspective towards it? What are your limits? What are your strengths? So yeah, he uses people's minds to see where they are, like you said. You've said, Cerrito. Ah, interesting. Okay. Because, like, I have one character that's, like, he's, like, basically, like, traumatized character, and he never talks, but he builds, like, golems, and he's, like, like, summoner, basically, and he, like, makes golems. He's a golemancer, and, he talks through the golems, but he doesn't talk himself until, like, you know, that critical point where he actually, like, says something. Everyone's like, holy shit, he said something, what the fuck, you know? That just total shock moment. Is be the music moral? Knows the answer, just wants to hear talk about his story. That's sick, Brewskis. Also, Golemmancer? Yes. He uses, basically, like, because the idea with how magic works is it's not elemental based. You know, it's not like, oh, I'm strong with thunder, I'm strong. It's how you work with magic. And magic is consciousness and science and understanding. So he understands, like, the makeup of certain elements, like materials, like wood, dirt, you know, stuff like that, right? Essentially. So he can craft things and, like, change the composition of them in order to create, and he's been, like, crafting these golems for, like, years, you know? Like, they have, like, battle scars on them and stuff like that. You can tell he's, like, patched them up and stuff. But I want them to kind of be, like, giant teddy bears. And he, like, just surrounds himself with them to protect himself. And as to your question, Callie, is your book a moral book? I think yes, because it asks the question of, if you're doing a horrendous thing and you believe in the end that it's a benefit for who you're doing it for, does that make that action okay? I think just simply positing that question makes your story moral, let alone everything else. Didn't know the answer. My theme I got out of it, Callie, is that it's like love prevails. Because at the end, don't Nell and Belfry wind up being together? So it's kind of this twisted, sort of psychotic love, but it's like an attachment, possessive, like, molding kind of thing. By the way, if anyone doesn't know, like, Nell turns people into pianos. Like, she literally, like, molds them into pianos and turns them into, like they're, like, alive, but they're a piano, and then she, like, plays them, and they're her instruments. And she's a school for, like, tormented kids, and then she turns those kids into pianos. It's fucking dark and epic and amazing, and I fucking love it. And it's set in this really, really fucked up snow globe of a world, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff to it, but yeah.
So John Gardner wrote a very controversial book called On Moral Fiction, where he basically says the novel has a responsibility to convey moral principles. It doesn't need to be didactic.
Congratulations on level 1, Blonde DBZ! Hell yeah, brother, you're making it through! Let's go! Ironically, I have a character like that as well, in a sense, and magic in my world, I'd say that it's sort of like that. It has a bit of your idea of magic, you know? So, for example, my character Bob Sato, femboy polymath, he's a jack-of-all-trades sort of boy, and, you know, on Earth, he likes science and stuff. Ah, so he can use his knowledge of science transferred over into the world that they're transported to in order to better understand and facilitate different methods of using magic. Ah, I love that. That's so cool. I'm so hungry. I'll fight through it, Callie. I'll tell you, I'm starving too. Okay, so, what did I have last? I had 5 chicken nuggets last night before I went to bed at like 6 in the morning. Then, like, at 5 o'clock or, like, 5:30, like, today at work, I had 2 frozen dinner lasagnas and a banana. That's my lunch. And I'm not going to eat anything until after the stream, probably 6 o'clock in the morning tonight. I'll probably have another 5 chicken fingers. So I'm fucking starving right now. But it is what it is. That's what I got my chocolate milk for, man. It's like the filler. Milk is like the filler that fills through, and like gets you through the day. You gotta eat something, man. I will. Although Jake as well knows a little bit of science and real world stuff. Ah, cool. For you, mustn't starve yourself, sir. 'Tis bad. It's not starving. It's just, like, fasting, because I'm lazy. Get fiber, I'll be using another type of fingers. That's why I always eat granola bars, or Nutri-Grain bars, or oatmeal, or something like that, like once or twice a week. Slip it in there. Shreddies. I could kill a Nature Valley bar right now. Yeah. True, Crispy. 'Tis fun convo, sir. See, that's why I like these videos, because they prompt up these very interesting things that you might not have thought of, and then I'm very good at taking topics and turning them into conversations. So I think it's just a good use of matching my skills with information and pairing that together to create an interesting interaction, right? But for the mold of, like, the old world versus the new world with, like, magic and technology and stuff like that, the idea is scaling. Like, think about your book and think about how the power system works, and think of it in a horizontal and vertical way. Your horizontal is things that are additive and subtractive, and then things that are vertical on the graph are multiplicative or divisionary. And that allows you to build a power system that's understandable, but can still be obscure. Like, I just think of Path of Exile when I think about this, and, like, the amount of, like, modifiers and things that you can multiply with other stats in order to create things. Like, that's why the scale for the adventurers is not necessarily how great the characters are. It's to show that it's, like, the equipment that they have is that powerful. Like, the equipment itself is what's facilitating them do stuff. So even characters that aren't that great, that have really, really good equipment, but there is kind of this, like, idea of, like, soul binding with your own equipment and how well you're used. It's like kind of like a mix between, like, durability and wear and tear, and the more you use the equipment, the more you get used to it. So the more you repair your equipment, the better your equipment becomes over time. So, like, your oldest gear can still be some of your best gear, even though it's, let's say, like, lower level gear. And that's why when they lose, like, their crafting purposes and they can't repair their gear anymore, slowly throughout that quarter of the book, they'll be degrading in the equipment that they can use, because they don't want to degrade their equipment to a point it can't be repaired anymore. So it's almost like they're falling back on their equipment, and now they have to rely on the powers that they've gained and, like, their titles and, you know, the training that they've done. So now it becomes more personal to showing the actual character thrive. And then at the end, they get everything back, and then you can show the multiplier of how much more powerful they've come now that they're fully understanding everything. And that's, like, the full character arc of the story, right? Is them relying on it, having it taken away, realizing that they don't need it, but it's just a facilitator, working on better skills. When they get it back, they're just 10 times better. I just love that kind of trope. I feel like that Bob gif of him staring, just like... Yeah, that's usually the reaction I have when I start talking about my book in public. People are just like, oh. Oh. Ah. He's still talking.
It doesn't need to be making a point, but it should say something about what it means to flourish as a human. Like, what is the good life? He says that.
And it's like the main morals of my book and the theme of my book is the duality of life. Like, the question that I'm positing is it better to live... It's literally... I guess you could literally say is it better to serve in heaven or rule in hell? And that's one way of putting it, right? But basically the main celestial being, Gaia, the good character, and then there's the bad character, Anima. Anima wants paradise, perfect, everyone gets along, everyone does great, everyone just procreates, expands the species, creates more food for him. Whereas Gaia, the good celestial being, wants strife, conflict, disaster, disease, strife, anger, hatred, betrayal, because it shows the value and scope of life. And because she understands how consciousness works and how consciousness is fundamental to reality, that allows you as a reader to see that this one life isn't like all it's caught out to be. I wasn't sure if I said strife or not. Double strife. There has to be strife in the world in some way. And that shows people that, you know, the value. So when they come back to her as a better consciousness and they've grown, and they can send out a seed of themselves. And everyone just keeps growing, and that's how consciousness expands and deepens and grows, is from this ever process of basically recycling the physical in order to improve the spiritual. That's kind of how it is. A lot of contemporary, we need more strife. I mean, it's saying, like, if there is, like, for instance, if you knew that when you died, it was like, you just, like, knew everything, right? It's like when you died, you just realized that you were God. And you're like, oh, well, I'm bored of being God. I want to be immortal again. And then you're just boom, and you're start all over again. So it's like, I really believe that we are in the positions that we're meant to be in, and that's why coincidence and like purpose seems so potent to people's lives, because it's like you've set a goal for yourself, for your like greater self, to evolve through this life. And some people's lives, like, let's say you've gone through 5 lives of growing, and you're bored, and you just want to be a fucking bum, and see what it's like to be a bum again. And I always think of this, like, one story that my dad told me, and it's like, the idea is, there's, you know, the really, really rich dude, and, you know, he kind of hates his life, and then there's, like, the poor beggar girl, who's, like, trying to literally just barely get through life and stuff. And it's like, when they meet and interact with each other, it's like the exchanging of their stories of how they feel about their lives, and seeing the other person's life and the contrast in it completely changes both of them, where one tries to strive for more, and the other one tries to help those less fortunate. And it's kind of this meeting in the middle where, you know, one person that was about to give up starts standing up, and someone who didn't quite realize what they had now realizes what they have, so they're willing to share it with people. Is strife going to be a command now? Selects from a random list of hardships that you've saddled with. Yes, Sean, we should do that, but you know what it should be? It should be all bondage stuff. Pull out the ball gag. Alright, you're getting paddled. Here comes the electricity. Pull out the whip, boys. Oh, it's the beads today, boys. Nope, back in the cage you go. Your sexual strife. This stream's either sex talk or death talk. We're fully spectrumed. We go all across all sides. This stream. So is fired from work for cause under false allegations and must now attempt to get a new job when everyone believes the lies. Damn! So you're like, your reputation is completely destroyed and now you gotta start from scratch again. Ooh. So a lot of contemporary novels, why they fail is because they don't have any sort of moral compass. Yeah, we have a massive moral compass, guys. The compass just doesn't point north, as Asman would say. This stream definitely is on a spectrum, you're right. I love your subtext, Beezus. That's beautiful subtext. We were talking about my Simian's crease the other day. So it's like, it fits beautifully into this, right? Because I'm pretty sure, Beezus, you're the one who said that, too. Whatever it was you said about, you know, that when we were talking about multiple realities, and I was talking about me being the one without Down syndrome, and you're like, I think that's a different reality, indicating that I have Down syndrome as the subtext. Simian crease? Yeah, if you want to see, this is my hand. So look at your hand. Okay, look at this hand, right? There's 3 creases on it. This top one here that goes across. The middle one, right? The big one there. And then the one where your thumb is. And if you kind of go like this, it makes an M. You can't really see it, but like between this one, and this one, it makes an M. But if you look at this hand, do you notice something about this hand? And then look at the other hand. Notice the 3rd crease at the top there? It's not present on this hand. There's no crease. And if you look at your hand, you should have an M on both of your hands. But yeah, if you look at them, it's like side by side. This is my left hand. This is my right hand. It's always your left hand too that has the Simian's crease on it, and it's only ever one of the hands. It's like, look how they fold. The skin folds. This literally has an X on it. There's an X there instead of a line. I know, like, look at these motherfuckers, guys. My pinkies and my thumbs are fucking magnificent. The other ones are all broken, though. Except, the middle one there is not going too badly. I snapped this one. This one was my longest one. I snapped it like a week ago. So annoying. My hands don't have, like, a crease. I'm confused now. Could you theoretically use them like claws or no? Oh, 100%. Like... Do I have an empty... There's an empty sheet on here, right? Oh, I guess... What might help is if I was on the right overlay. But yeah, check this out. How can I do... Okay, I'm gonna have to... I think like this. Whoops. I guess that's not a good way to show it. Well, but yeah, no, it can, they can cut. Trust me, they can cut. I have, like pulling, like, if I'm, like, pulling down my shirt like this, it can go through the fabric. Like, stab through it. Easily. Stab through it. Like, I actually have a hole, I think, on this shirt from my thumbnail. Maybe it's not this shirt. But yeah, a couple of my shirts, I have holes in the back from my thumbnails sticking through them. Okay, there we go. I'm about to start using Perplexity instead of ChatGPT. Ooh, Callie, cool. That sounds like a good time. Honestly, kind of same here, Sean. Do you have any advantages at climbing? No, Blessed. One genetic mod I want for myself is one that removes the ability to grow any coarse hair that starts after puberty, regardless of the body location. Another is ability to purr. True, Sean. That would be crazy. Okay, but anyways, back to the
A lot
video.
of contemporary novels, why they fail is because they don't have any sort of moral compass. And he points out that, you know, through most of human history, from Plato onwards, people have assumed that stories should have a moral component. On the other side of the spectrum, you have an author like Malone.
I would just want green eyes. I mean, honestly, I'm probably with Sean. No hair below the eyebrows. Then I wouldn't have to worry about shaving. And I would remove my fucking sweat glands, guys. Fuck that shit. Like, I am just in a perpetual state of sweat. Fucking nasty. Like a color wheel thing. Oh, that would be cool. Just like be able to consistently change your eye color. I barely sweat for some reason. I don't know.
Kundera, who wrote Unbearable Lightness of Being, among many other books. He said that morality doesn't have any place in the novel. He thinks the goal of the novelist is just to depict life, right?
Someone told me I should sweat after 90 push-ups without stopping, but I didn't. Sit-ups? Cannot. I cannot do 90 push-ups. But you need to sweat because if you don't, you'll die of heat, and the heat won't be able to be cooled down via sweat. 2 nuggets of wisdom I'm firmly embracing. Don't expect anyone to make my life easier. Guard my heart. True, blessed. We're about to hit ads in a second here, guys. But to speak to that, Rick, yeah, that's obvious. I'm just joking. But, like, if you even look at my hands right now, like, I mean, it's 27 degrees in here. So, yeah, it's fucking hot. So, the weather, LMAO. Crispy. It's okay. Wait till a little bit later in the stream when Muffin comes in and when Smokey comes back, because you could probably have a normal conversation with Smokey. I'm sorry, that's just one of those things where it's like, I totally understand, and like I'm just imagining you just being there being like, why? What? Okay, well this sounds interesting, but you know, Eddie in the mix, yo, how's it going? You're like, how do I enter the conversation? What could I possibly... No, that probably doesn't work. Oh shit, we're in ad breaks, but you know. Oh man, that's how I am in real life, but in the reverse, because everyone's just having normal conversations, and then I jump in and I'm like, so the star galaxy that my planet revolves around is this giant celestial being, the eggshell of a planet. My push-up record is 72 while drunk. Damn, blessed. Sometimes I try and join in a conversation, but by the time I finally finish typing the message, I'm already 3 conversations behind. Exactly. Jesus. Callie, I think Crispy was more being like the idea of like how do you enter the conversation. It's like when someone's talking about something that's like when you walk up to 2 mechanics.
ECW guys, shameless flex asterisk. I am an admin in the Discord.
Yeah. But Uh, okay. You gotta look at it like entering a conversation where two mechanics are like having like jargon talk, and you're like either like the customer or like the like a spouse or something, and you're like trying to enter the conversation, but you have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's like that happens with, you know, people that are like super into their hobby talking with people that are super into the same hobby. The entire language structure of conversations completely changes because you're using a lot more subtext, and there's a lot like, and you're confined to usually a specific like thing that you're talking about. So it allows people to easily infer around that conversation, right? There are gears in my car. True, Crispy. True. Okay, so I got some messages to read. Hold on, let's start this over again. You need a store of commands. Here's my previous comment that you forgot to read, sir. Pardon me for bugging this much. Also, a few key items that are story plot essential are the satchels of conflict. For example, the satchels that Vivian and Valdric get, all satchels are work in progress, are essentially powerful artifacts for visual representation or power level of sorts to take like 4 demonic armies of demonoids, human transformed into powerful demons through packs, and Nixtanoi, a great beast of terror and hunger and such, as well as lesser demon king, cliche I know, as well as something known as the balanced one. Damn, Rick, that's some world building right there, bro. By the way, guys, shameless flex, I'm an admin in the Discord. Well, you're not just an admin, you're also the owner now, Callie. I'm not even the owner, and I made the Discord. You're the only owner. I don't know what it even means. Because if I go to, like, the roles, it says there's owner. I'll show you. Here, look. If you go to the Discord, where is settings? No, it's not settings. It's roles. Owner. View members. You're the only owner. I don't know why I'm not set in as an owner, but there wasn't anyone who was an owner. So I was like, well, Callie, because then maybe you could do all of that bot stuff. Is it bad that I want to meet y'all in real life? No, Rick. That's going to be 2027. TwitchCon 2027. That's the plan. We want to have, like, a big fucking trip where we like go to different places, go to like maybe 7 or 8 different places. We want to do like book tours, so we'll like rent out like ahead of time like Barnes and Noble tables, you know, like venues and stuff like that, and like have this whole fucking adventure. That's what we want to do. TwitchCon 2027 onwards. For like, you know, like a 2 or 3 week travel thing. Only if the ball gag is present. True, Blessed. I bring all of the equipment. Don't worry, guys. I got that. It's gonna be fucking amazing. So we got 2 years to prep for it. So I figure it's gonna cost like between like $8,000 and $12,000. But you have to think about it as it's a promotional venue. The entire point of it is to promote our books, promote our work, and do, like, whatever we can to get our names out there, right? Assuming I can go in 2 years, if they let me. I have to listen to my first chapter again to see if I have any improvements to make. 12,000 to the casino! Well, it's like, if you're, like, for instance, like, if you're doing, like, a Barnes & Noble, right? Let's say it's $500 to $800 for a table, and you're doing 6 tables. That's like $5,000 right there. The flight, plus travel between like all of the cities, plus like room and board, like it could almost easily be probably $15,000 to $18,000. But you always want to estimate high just in case. But then you're also equating inflation in 2 years, right? So there's a lot to factor into it. That's why I want to talk about it now, and I have been talking about it because it's been my plan since the beginning. TwitchCon 2027. It's going to be I mean, that's if ever, like, that's the plan, right? Who knows if that's actually going to happen, but that's the plan. And the more people we have, the more we can spread it out. No, I do not travel at all, Beezus. Ever. Never. But this would be the one exception, because I think it would be fucking awesome, and it's like something that you need to experience, right? I could bring like 3 tables, although they aren't barns, and noble tables. You're gonna bring the barn table, not the noble table. Oh my god. But yeah, that is the plan, guys, and like there are things that are already set in motion. So, you know, we'll have something with that within like the next like 5 or 6 months. Something solid. Most likely me and Book will work on that. I got some stuff going on with like my friend, my real life friend, who may want to also come with us. And I may have like 2 or 3 of my real life friends like want to come with us. They're fucking amazing. Lifetime friends. You know. So, I'll bring Arthur's table. Nice, Blessed. Fuck yeah. That sounds amazing. I'll bring the round table. How did you guys both come up with the same response? Great minds fucking think alike, guys. Because you guys said that, like, way too fast together with the delay on the stream for that to have been, Rick, for yours to have been a response to Blessed's. I know that. It's like a 3-second delay with the chat. And that was like boom, boom. Ain't no copycat up in here. Anyways. Back to the
It's not
video.
to condemn some people, it's not to reward other people, but just a sheer depiction of what life is like. Now, personally, this is actually a question I struggle a lot with when I'm trying to think about how I'm going to shape my books. In general, I tend to side with John Gardner.
My mind is great indeed. Okay, hold on, let me grab this stuff. Guys, do you want to do this right, like, after the video? I have the IQ tags. I made the IQ tags, and I have a plan for how to implement it, and it's fucking hilarious. But I don't know if I can implement it well. Acknowledging you pats myself on the back. True.
Most people on
IQ
the internet
tags.
say I look and act like a nerd dork, but then I meet people in real life and they're like, you're cool and funny, and I am like, bruv, pick either an insult or a compliment, D less than.
I feel the same way, Callie. It's the vibe that doesn't get transferred through text, right? And it's like things can come off arrogant and like smart, like interrogative and like condescending when you're actually like joking and trying to like play satire or irony. People just always jump to the worst possible conclusion for something. But, you know, like your facial expression, your tone, your body language purvey, like, oh, this isn't real. That's why when like I go for most humor in text, I go for the most extreme. Because it's like, obviously that's like hyperbole, right? I'm not that cute, stop. Same here, but I'd want them to pick me and use me. JK, no, please. Not the face. Not the face! Stop making me wear these to fulfill your fantasy! Zoink left because I still don't have a maid suit that he can wear. Or that I can wear for him. I'm like, bro. Give me the money. I'll buy the maid suit. Haven't seen him since. Motherfucker. Just wanted me to buy a maid suit.
Like, I want to uphold certain virtuous characters and make the reader...
Yo, so many people think I'm adorable. I hate it. I want to be the bad dad, the daddy dom. But you can do both, Callie, because there's the you outside the bedroom, and then there's the you in the bedroom. Right? You want to be able to, like, bounce kids on your lap and tell kids bedtime stories and go to kids' baseball games But when the kids are asleep and you're in your soundproof room, oh, the bad Callie comes out. That's when you tilt your head and raise your eyebrow and go snap, snap. How'd you know I'm soundproofing my room? The good dad and the questionable dad. Soundproof room. You don't want your kids hearing the sounds? Why are you beating mommy up every night? 'Cause she likes it. What? Don't think into it too much. What? Bad parenting 101. These stream conversations would be a whole different vibe if everyone took the time to beat off before they came in here. But then you wouldn't be able to goon during. Which is a reminder, guys. 1 week from today. It's 1 week from today, right? Wait. No, it's 1 week from yesterday. Shit, is it the 3rd today? 5 days from now, on the 8th of August, is Makeup Bikini Stream. So remember, be prepared for that. That is Friday, I believe. That's Friday. I'm soundproofing my room for other reasons, dark reasons. Wah, my enemies will cross me and threaten my family. Will find out who they're messing with the hard way, with punishment near death. You don't know what I do before Talk Stream. Curse of the Werewoman is coming up. It's true, Sean. Curse of the Werewoman. We will have a Werewoman stream on the 8th. That is the full moon, guys. I can't control it. It's just the way that it is. It's just a natural phenomenon that helps. I'm pretty sure everyone's doing that during it. Yes, I am a werewoman. On the full moon, I become a full-on femboy. We do makeup. We write smut. We dress up. One thing I want to start doing is practicing my voice, but I'm just so self-conscious about it that I just wind up fucking ignoring it. Let me rephrase that. Blessing of the Werewoman is coming up. I feel sorry for women who suffer the curse of the Werewoman, though. Kick chat gets so aggressive during those streams. I know, because Kick is just a bunch of fucking 12-year-old gooners trying to watch bikini streams. Thinking if you wanted an IQ-based automatic role assigning system per level for talking, that would be great, Callie. But we want to do the command also for IQ, and then it selects a random IQ and then tells you what that equivalent IQ means. With like a funny little pun.
Feel as though they really are virtuous, and I like making the reader feel that antagonists or villains are truly evil. On the other hand, and this is where I sympathize with Kundera, is I really dislike like finger-wagging didactic novels where they're just like, this is what you should think, and how dare you not think this way. I feel lectured at.
Yeah, no lecturing, no dictating. And what's funny about that is the entire economy and political structure and basically culture, traditions, and everything that the entire book is based on is founded in reality, in the fact that it comes from the experiences that I have from reality and systems that we use, and incorporating my idea of what would be a utopia. And through the expression of that, I have found that this utopia is crumbling under its own weight because of its stagnant state. And no one can stand just being... And it's a kind of a reflection on entertainment in First World, where people are so... Like, entertainment is the only thing they really care about, because they don't have any problems in life. So who their favorite streamers are fighting with, who their favorite celebrities are fighting with, is, like, the most, like, outrageous thing in their life, right? I can find a way to train, but my training has literally destroyed me. Honestly, kinda bad femboy, to be honest. Saddening to see. Also, I'd like to be a different person, like, you know, having IRL personas and stuff, you know? Paul, Koisman's IQ in real life functioning. Chats per stream based on viewage. Newbies get 10 chats per stream. Mid-tier gets 100 chats per stream. Long-haul viewers get
Roses
unlimited.
are red, violets are
Meaning?
blue. My friend, fuck you.
Yes, Bob Dropper. That's fucking amazing. I love it. How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. How are you? He means, I think Sean means, Rick, that if you look at the amount of chats most streamers with my amount of viewers have, it's really, really small. But because we've cultivated a very tight-knit community of people that want to be here, want to express themselves, and enjoy the entertainment of the content, it has everyone talking and engaging with the stream, despite the fact there's like 5 people here, right? So like the amount of viewer to interaction rate is fucking insane on my channel because of the style of my stream. It's almost like an interactive podcast. I'm now fixated on creating a level system with roles. Be right back. My brain isn't processing this stream anymore. Yeah, we've quite off the derailed. What about ooh woo? True, bomb dropper. I am well. That is good. For the bombs have dropped, my, what words have you chosen, knowing that you'd get to be owned by the one who has condoned it? Get it, Callie. True. Exactly, Rick. Who's this bomb dropper fella?
So there's got to be a nice in-between space where you have good and moral points, where you don't lecture the reader. That's my 2 cents. You should answer that question for yourself, though. Number 6, should you include coincidences in your fiction? Some of you are...
Ooh. Should you include coincidence? Guys, this might be a hot take, but my take on coincidence is that coincidence is purely a emergent factor. When enough events take place, overlaps will happen. A broken clock is right twice a day. What the Sigma? Also, yes, I shall include coincidences in my anime. You know if it's needed. But what I'm saying, Rick, is you shouldn't include coincidences. Coincidences should emerge out of the amount of events that you have. Does that make sense? The more corresponding events that you have, the more chances it gives you for things to line up. So like for instance, and we're talking about in a creative process sense, right? So I'll give you a real world example of a development in my book that has gone from me wanting it to be there to it being a fundamental piece of it. And it's Zayd's death. I just wanted to kill this character. I made this character so I would kill them. I didn't know why. I just knew I wanted to kill them. Whether it was going to be significant or not, or was just going to be an offhand, like they run in and die. I'm going to head out. Have a great stream. Sure thing, Crispy. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. It was great having you in here. Have a great day. Take care. We stream every day, same time, so feel free to come back again if you're ever in the mood. Different parts of the stream, you know, we go about 4 to 6 hours. We do some reading, we do some reacting, we do some reading, we do some more reading, we do some writing, we game. It is what it is, you know, we're kind of all over the place, but take care. So like anyone who's only been in chat for 10 times or less would be limited to a total of 10 chats per stream. 11 times and up gets 100 chat limit. Those who've been in chat over 100 times have no more chat limit because they've proven to be part of the club by then. What do you call raw ramen? What do you call raw ramen like to eat? What do you call what raw ramen like to eat? I don't know. The bot is acting weird. Oh no, Callie. Got it. What bot? Probably the bot for leveling up. For talking and leveling up. But anyways, Rick. So, there should be 2 times. I'm going to make exceptions here, guys. There's going to be 2 times in your book when you should force coincidence. Two times during the story, you can force coincidence. They are the beginning, the inciting incident, and the ending, the closing of the story. Those are the 2 times you can force coincidence. Every other coincidence in the book should be a emergent factor from the amount of events that you have that things just happen to line up. And like I said, Zaid's death, I wanted it. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. It is now a pivotal death for Husai. Not only is it a pivotal death for Husai, showing the fall of Husai and the reason for him giving up, it's also the reason for, if Zaid didn't die, they would have never found the Warriors of Light. If they... My brain is fried. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. Alright, Blessed. Have a good night, good sir. Jesus. How long is that character in the story before you killed them? You meet the character at the very beginning. The character tries to come with Husai. Husai says no. He tries to sneak out. He doesn't get allowed out. He gets sent back. But the Viceroy character that's along with them acts like a kind of like a child. And Husai the entire time is referencing Zaid, talking about Zaid, and there's going to be a formula to how people join the party. It's like you learn their name. You learn an event that made them important. You hear that they're in a certain place in the world. Then you wind up going to that place. And then you meet that character. And then you leave. And then another event will happen to have that character in it. And they'll be like, hey, how's it going? We meet up again. What's going on? Rather than there'll be like 2 or 3 or 4 times this happens until they get invited into the party. And the same thing's going to happen vicariously through the Viceroy for Zaid. So by the time you get, like, you're at the end of Garuda, you're thinking, oh my god, now they're going to reveal the main character. The main character's going to be Zaid. They're going back to Zaid. He's going to join the party. And then you get back and Zaid's dead. And you're like... Because I've created this expectation from the reader that this is how someone joins the party. It's happened so many times before. Oh my god, this is going to be the one it's been building up for. Does that make sense? What is the first in the Twitch guy?
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
True. Not sure what you mean. Chow chow. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's just a thing, Bomb Dropper, like eating raw ramen. I don't know. But anyways, learn about an event that made them important, and what was the other part? My brain is slow. What happens if I redeem all the shop items? It just goes in order. Sounds like you teach us why the main character cares about them, but do you think they've made it a point to make the readers feel the same way? It's not necessarily...
So this bot can assign roles based on what level chatters reach in Discord chat and allow them to reach certain channels in the Discord based on their level.
Beezus, think about it this way. That's very smart, Callie. I love it. Okay, think about it this way. If you have a character that is... The bot is called Arcane. It will overload it. Well, if you have a character, especially vicariously, right? Like, you're building this character up. For instance, you're always mentioning, Zayd's super smart. He's kind of like a prodigy. That's why I'm protecting him. So it's like, think about what you would do to build up a character to make that character be the hero. What's the point of putting a speed bump in the road if the drivers will never feel it? They'll just keep driving down the road without ever caring to slow down enough to notice it. That's why Beezus, it's all done vicariously through Husai's expressions and comparisons to the Viceroy. Saying, this is the Viceroy and Zayd would get along because they both do this. And you're like piggybacking the Viceroy's personality and character profile and placing a shadow of that onto Zayd. And saying to the readers, hey, there's this character out there that people haven't really noticed that says to have very important information, and no one's paying attention to this character, and the reader is building up to this point where they're like, an event has to happen where people are going to start paying attention to this character. Does that make sense, Beezus? Like, that's the build-up to it, where they're like, everyone's gonna die kind of thing. The Zayd's gonna become the new character. Husai's gonna be like the mentor who died or whatever, right? It's like, that's kind of the idea of what I'm building up to, right? Especially with the fall of Garuda and the complete change of atmosphere. But does it actually fit and work, Rick? That's the question. Can people hit that? I understand what you're saying, but it seems more like a plot shift than a heartbreaking scene from what I'm understanding. Twist. Oops. Plot twist. Okay. What would you suggest, Beezus? Like, how would I add more to make people feel... But then again, it's like, the way that Husai acts. That's another... Because remember, you're inside of Husai's head this entire time. Ads. We'll pause for ads. We'll pause...
Give me a word, I'ma write a poem. Interspectralog. Why?
Interspectralog. I don't even know what that is, but hey, use it in the poem somewhere,
no.
Bomb Dropper. Hell no. Why not? You have to rhyme that word with 6 other words. All from different parts. The in, the ter, the spec, the tro, the ology, interspec, and trology. There you go. You got 6 words you gotta rhyme with each of those. Fuck, I have to grind more. I wasted this ad, you guys. Okay, guys, welcome back. Beezus, I think I have a solution. I think you're thinking about it in the wrong way, and I just thought about this. You're not supposed to feel sad for Zayd. A few suggestions. Give a few flashbacks to interactions to give the reader a connection to them. Let him come on the trip instead of being turned around because it'll make the readers attach themselves to him as a familiar part of the story. Or maybe just have the kid contact the main character begging him to come save him. Instead, he lets him go and it's too late. Give me 10 minutes. Sure thing, Bomb Dropper. I also have my fair share of plot twists and heartbreaking scenes for both. It will instill feelings in the viewer, either make them cry or become angry and confused as to why that happened, only to know and accept what has happened. Beezus, you're not supposed to feel bad for Zaid. You're supposed to feel bad for Husai. Does that make sense? Does that shift your perspective? That Zaid's not necessarily supposed to be a super well-rounded character. He is supposed to be a shadow of a character, contrasting another character to show and he's like the foil to Husai's emotional side. Because Husai's extremely logical and everything, right? So it's more of you're sympathetic for Husai because Husai has lost a part of himself. And Husai's been building this guy up the entire time like he's my son. Like, thinking of him as like a son. Does that make sense, Beezus? With better wording like that? Like, Husai's, like, proud of him, sure, but when the readers don't care about the things they've lost, they'll never understand the depth of how broken they've become after losing it. I mean, that's very true. Husai tried to protect the idiot kid, but to no avail, and thus he suffers heartache because of the pointless death of otherwise pointless character in the story. But he's not pointless. The whole point is that Zaid, if they had taken Zaid along from the beginning, there wouldn't have been a conflict. Zaid would have revealed who the Warriors of Light are. Zaid would have revealed everything about the tablet. You would know everything about the past within like the first 4 or 5 chapters because of Zaid. So that's where the difficulty comes in. Because that's what we're building this character up as. This character is the diamond in the rough. The guy no one listened to. Is there a way to keep Zaid from having that information? Or is it too integrate into his character? It's literally his entire character. He's a young, aspiring, like, statistologist? I don't know what you want to call it. But, like, he's amazing at pattern recognition and, like, graphs. And this is, like, in a world where, like, mathematics really isn't a big thing. So he's literally... And that's why he's so young and he's working at the library. He's a 16-year-old working as, like, the master of the fucking guild library. Because he's, like... It's like the idea of, like, he invented the Dewey Decimal System. Like, and this will all be brought out through Husai throughout the story, of, like, saying, like, these amazing things that Zaid's done that's revolutionized how the guild operates on, like, a bureaucratic level. And he, like, literally invents, like, the ranking system that they use in order to rank adventurers, changing it over from the one that they'd been using for, like, 150 years. To one that actually kind of made sense and didn't allow for the loopholes that people were abusing for statistics analysis. Yeah, something like that, Callie. Are we going to be using this unable... to use certain channels until a specific level is reached feature because it feels similar to having a paywall to me. Yeah, no, Callie. There shouldn't be any of them that are blocked behind anything. Everyone should go into every channel equally, no worries. Whoops. But Beezus, does that build more on top of it? So Husai's talking about this prodigy of a guy, and he's always saying, well, he's always trying to tell me something, but I never have the time to listen to him. And the reader's thinking, why the fuck are you not listening to this guy? This guy fucking obviously knows something. He's super smart. But Husai he's just jaded in his age. And he's just like, he's been around the guy the whole time. He's like, he's so naive with things too and stuff. So it's like he has these kind of views on it. He's thinking of him like a son. So he's this very rose-colored glasses, like, description of him. Does the flashback part not work at all? No, Beezus, but communicating with Zaid does. That's something we can put in. is like Zayd nagging at Husai, calling him up on the comm sphere. And maybe even something like this, Zayd, or this Beezus, where Zayd is calling up other people and getting, like, sympathizers on his side to try to convince Husai to let him on the journey. So it's like almost everyone is trying to get Zayd on this journey. Even Husai is admitting that, yeah, maybe Zayd should have come on the journey. But he's like, oh, it's too late now, you know? And there's always the possibility, of adding Sid in there too. And having Sid want to protect Zayd. And maybe there's like there's this pact that like Sid and Husai have, that they said that, you know, they'll decide together. Like, it should be a mutual decision that they should decide together when Zayd is ready. And when Sid is, like, crafted his gear. Maybe there's some sort of connection between Sid and Zayd. I don't know. But Zayd has, like, a lot of open plot holes for his character and stuff. So it's understandable. But as we flesh this out, does it give
Any
more
plans on
to
watching
it?
this video?
Well, I mean, we're still sitting on morals here, right? Like, Zayd plays a very important moral role in the story of saying, the more you try to protect things and hold them close to you, the more you're putting them at risk. So you need to be able to let go of things and let them experience themselves. But, you know, I like having these conversations, so let's get on with the video, I guess.
Like, I don't try to, but then they kind of happen. Okay, that's...
I like that. Consistently bothering and being annoying to the main character, but endearing to the reader. Only to eventually have him call one time, the main character not answering because he thinks it's another annoying call. But this time it was him calling to asking him to save him from what's happening to him. And that choice not to answer that call is the thing that breaks him. He gets like a message recording from Zayd, and Zayd says, "This is the recording, guys. This is the recording that that Husai gets."
If you don't answer and tell me I can leave the tree, I will not leave.
And Husai doesn't answer. And what's Husai been saying this entire time? Zayd, you're not allowed to leave the tree? Well, what did the monarch just say? Get the fuck out of the tree? What did Zayd say? I'm gonna call Husai. Hold on. Husai doesn't pick up. Zayd dies. Bada bing. Bada boom. Bada done. What do you think, Beezus? It's like pure fucking irony. It hits even fucking harder. And then Husai gets the message. And it's like not even Husai. Husai, you know, doesn't even really like see the message. It's like everyone was like, maybe Zayd called other people to try to get Husai's attention, and then Husai looks at the message while they're on the airship just before getting there. But he's like, there's no way Zayd would die, because people are saying, because there's like, it's like the idea of like social media with the link shells, where everyone else has been getting these messages from people saying that there was a casualty and Zayd's dead. But Husai doesn't want to believe it, no matter how much people are telling him. And then he looks at the message, and then the blood stain, and everything. It's just like, oh my god. Add as many layers as you can, man. I absolutely fucking love that, Beezus. I'm stealing that, okay? I think it's perfect. It's all down to execution now. Exactly, Beezus. Exactly. I fucking love it. That's why I love talking to you guys about this. I can't find people in real life that have minds other than, like, my dad and, like, my brother and my sister and my brother-in-law that have minds that, like, were my friends back in BC, like, my two best friends. I don't really talk to that much anymore because we just have fucked up schedules. But anyways, talking to you guys and having these ideas and fleshing this shit out with you guys, amazing. I love it. It's so fucking beautiful. That's all I've ever wanted. It's all I could ever ask for, guys. Thank you so much for sharing in my ideas and helping me be a better creative person and, you know, sharing your ideas with me so we can cultivate great ideas together. Because, like what I said, creativity at the end of the day is a building process. And the more perspectives that you have and the more eyes you have on it, the greater a development you can create, right? It's like 3D printing. You need all of the axes. It also has this cool thing. You can give roll boosters that increase how much XP you earn. So maybe you can have like rolls per level and then extra rolls as boosters for anyone who shares or anyone who reads or anyone who, I don't know, but roll boosters sounds fun to me. Like encouraging people to share, read, react. True, Callie. I like that. Having them as an incentive, but not a necessity. So like 50% scaling XP boosts with like 5 or 6, 7 or 8, 9, 10 offshoot side things that you can do. Including posting. Like posting your own work and stuff like that. Right? To help people and facilitate people, to give people motivation for their own work.
It's fine. What I'm asking then is, should you revise those out or should you keep them in? Now, the reasons why you should use coincidences. Well, they do happen in real life, right? And if novels are supposed to be a reflection of real life, then it would kind of make sense to keep them in. But the question is, are they...
I used to do that, but... I used to do that when I was first starting out, too. It took me a while to realize that subjecting my friends to a 3-hour rant about the plot holes I needed to fix was a bad idea. Yeah, Beezus, that's why it's like I really didn't... Like, people wanted to hear about my book, but it's like I wouldn't talk about my book unless people would, like, bring it up. Right? I wasn't the guy who was, like, always sitting there talking about my book. It's only if people really brought it up, and they're like, well, you got any new ideas? And I'm like... Well, I had this, and this. What do you think about that? And they're like... Sorry, what? Yeah, okay. Thanks. I was just being polite. That's how I always feel it is. They're just being polite, asking, oh, you're a writer? What's your book about? Downfall of a perfect society through stagnation induced by entertainment in basically a parallel of first world countries with like entertainment due to like movies and like video games and like social media with a fantastical fantasy side that involves magic and world building of technology from the past that creates a magic future, and the technology clashes with the magic and then eventually combines into like the ultimate, you know, magic and technological society. All the while the giant world eater comes to eat everything like a black hole. It's like... Okay. Oh, a black hole. So is it sci-fi? I will send you in Discord because it doesn't fit here. No worries, Bomb Dropper. Okay, coincidence, guys. Emergent. It is emergent, it should not be placed.
Satisfying in a story? Or will the reader just think, oh, this is lazy writing? Like they're not doing the hard work of making the story actually connect in a puzzle-like way. I do say it's very important where the coincidence occurs. If you have a coincidence at the beginning of your story, 99% of the time that's gonna work. On the other hand, if you have a coincidence at the end of your story, most readers are gonna feel cheated, like you took the easy way out. And the difference between a coincidence...
Really? I don't feel that way. I feel if you do it right, a coincidence at the end, and I guess you have to, like, guys, am I stretching the idea of coincidence when I say, like, the idea that the ultimate downfall of anima was Anima's own doing? What should the max level be? 99. Like all Final Fantasy games, Callie. Level 99. Unobtainable. In 20 years, I want people to be level 97. That's the goal. It's long term. Lifetime investment. But a coincidence at the end of the story in the fact of the thing that Anima used. Like, do you guys think this is a coincidence? The thing that Anima used to infiltrate the minds of the monarch and the viceroy is the very thing that Gaia uses to infect Anima. Or is that not coincidence? Is that not really more like irony? Okay. Okay. And this is where, like, coincidence and it becomes emergent. So this would be my example of emergent coincidence. Would you consider it a coincidence that the technology that the monarch is using to defend himself is the same technology that the diamond weapon has? Because it's the highest possible level technology that they have. So, is it a coincidence that the diamond weapon, the monarch's ultimate weapon, is the only thing that can break his shield, or is that again irony and not quite coincidence? Am I extrapolating coincidence too broadly?
Check DM, read it slowly.
Slowly but surely, Bomb Dropper. I think that's more of a display of the mechanics of power than anything. Okay. Coincidence. So long as it's explained before the point it happens and not after. Well, wouldn't it make sense, Beezus, that if you knew, as the reader, that the reason why the main characters think the diamond weapon is so important is because it's the only thing that can break through the monarch's shield? Whether they understand that's because it's a mutual technology thing or not. I don't think the reasoning behind it matters. I just think the fact that they think and believe that for some reason is important. Whether the reason is true or not. It gives them the motivation to knowing that they need it. I really can't think of anything else that's like super coincidental. Thinking about it like two completely separate things
Read it.
interacting in a way that doesn't seem like it should be. Like, I'd say maybe, like, it could be a coincidence. No, because then we just extrapolate from that it was a who size. Yeah, no. I can't find any coincidences, like, on that just basic level of coincidence. So maybe I'm retarded.
The beginning at the end is a coincidence at the beginning is not solving any problems, right? It's just sort of opening up the main problem of the novel, perhaps. While coincidence at the end of the book is usually solving one of the main problems, which feels like cheating. I will say that genre matters, right? The more commercial your book is, the more that readers will be.
Imagine the main characters are on a beach, trapped, while thousands of zombies slowly swarm them. Suddenly, at the last second, a boat falls from the sky, giving them a last-second escape. An extreme version, but something in that vein is what readers hate about coincidences. Said you like the IQ idea, but do you want each role to have fun IQ names, like IQ State, Intoxicated? That would be funny, Callie. We could do that, yeah. Just add an element of that. I love that. Intoxicated would obviously be the highest point. That's like the divine, like, third eye open, like, ninth chakra unlocked, like, god brain is intoxicated. An ass pull to fit a conflict instead of genuinity. I think that's the problem, Bezos, is everything in my book is genuine, so I don't have any points that feel like that. Where something just gets pulled out of an ass. Everything is structured and seems to line up. Like, the only thing I think of is, like, is it a coincidence that Dragon's Fire... Okay, Bezos, I think this might be a coincidence. Fafnir's breath as a dragon is super fucking hot. Like, you are now as smart as you are when you're intoxicated. I like it, Callie. That's interesting. I will read it, Bomb Dropper. I will read it. Hold on, bro. I will read it. So, Fafnir's flames are super hot. The technology of the past that was able to forge technology, think of the furnaces that are needed to, like, melt titanium and, like, work with, like, the heaviest and, like, most expensive, like, kind of strongest metals in the world, right? So, it's a coincidence, it's not by design, that the crafting, like, the place that's, like, the factory that builds, like, the spacesuits can only be powered by Fafnir's breath? I don't know if it should be the highest or the lowest now. No! Intoxicated has to be the highest level. It's an achievement to reach for. It's not something to run away from. No, you guys are totally right. It should be at the bottom, and you do not want to be intoxicated. You want to get away from intoxicated, because that's like the whole point of the stream, right? It's irony, it's satire, it's clash, it's beyond expectation. So, as a streamer, I should want people to run away, because that is the narrative I'm trying to play. The opposites. So yes, it should be the lowest. I agree with you, Beezus. Rethinking my logic, because I had no logic, I just thought it was funny to be the highest and unachievable, and only I'm intoxication, right? But I'm the embodiment of intoxication. You guys are intoxicated. There's a conjugation difference there, right? So that's important. But yeah, what do you think about that, Beezus? It's a coincidence that Fafnir's breath can light the forges of Atomus because it just takes a lot of technology to light the forge of like a factory, right? So it makes sense that it would take something like Dragon's Breath in order to bring it online if you didn't have the facilitating technology. So I think that's like the one main coincidence in my book, and it completely fits, completely understandable. It follows logic under the premise of heat. So I think it's like a perfect coincidence. And it's a true coincidence. And it's not planted, it's emergent from having so many interactive systems.
Be accepting of coincidences.
The coincidence isn't that it can be lit, but how they get the dragon to light it. Is the dragon their friend, or did they somehow trick it into spewing fire in there? I haven't decided, Beezus. I mean, that's a cool idea that they're like, they could trick Fafnir into lighting the forge. That's an interesting thing. And then they use the forge to create equipment to subdue Fafnir, and Fafnir's like, whoa, guys. Because eventually Fafnir, like, turns to their side, and you wind up that Fafnir's, like, actually a good guy, right? But there has to be a fight that's possible to, like, subdue Fafnir, or where Fafnir's just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold on. You guys can be allies. Let's fight the Monarch together. Kind of thing, right? He's basically like testing them. That's the idea. And if they can stand up to him, then they have a chance of standing up to the monarch. A chance, right? So, but again, everything's up in the air with that, so the details still need to be fine-tuned and everything. That's why I'm not married to any ideas, and every idea is just a new branch that we can work with. We don't need to snip any of them yet. This is a massive bush we're working with, but eventually we'll have it down to this tiny little seedling.
Ultimately, my perspective is you want character decisions to be fueling your story, the people in charge. It makes them responsible for their storyline. While coincidences is more about blind chance. It takes the burden of responsibility off your characters, and you want to keep that burden on them. 7. What is a better narrative technique? Anticipation?
Oh, here we go. What is a better narrative technique? Anticipation or surprise? I think it's like a 80-20. It's 80% anticipation and it's 20% surprise. If you have like that ratio, I think that's a pretty steady ratio to have.
Or surprise. Surprise would be like in Julian Barnes' Sense of an Ending, there are several surprises about who main characters.
Surprise is like Zayd dying. Anticipation is like Zayd joining the party. Anticipation is like, you know that there's a dragon, because there was a dragon in the very first scene, so you know a dragon's going to show up, so there's anticipation for a dragon. Prefer anticipation, but some of my favorite moments of all time were surprises. Exactly, but surprises need to be few and far between. Oh, your gay is going down, Dropper? We can fix that.
Are, and you're left shocked. While anticipation would be something like Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Chronicles of a Death Foretold. I mean, it's there in the title. He's literally telling you in the title, someone's gonna die. And in the very first chapter of the book, he says, like, look, this is who's going to die. And so you keep on reading because you want to see how this person's.
That's just like the Hearthstone series. In the back of the book, the main character's best friend dies, and he's exiled because it's the king's son, blah, 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 blah. You know how far into the book the fucking character dies? More than 3/4 of the way through the book. So I'm sitting through the entire book expecting this character to die. Ads! 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 Fuck ads! I mean, what? Huh, wonder what that was.
Bro got retarded.
Dance, fucking monkey, dance, bitch, dance. I said dance, bitch, dance. Smokey knows how to make me dance. Don't you, Smokey? I know you're out there somewhere. I know you're out there somewhere. Alright, welcome back. I forgot what I was saying.
Going to die. So most of my job as an editor is saying, look.
Alright, 3/4 of the way through the book, character dies. The entire time I'm expecting it. That kind of anticipation. It got me through the book.
You used surprise in this chapter, and I actually think you should use anticipation instead. Like, tell them what you're going to surprise them with. Tell them in the very first sentence of the chapter, and then their appetite.
That's what we did. That's why we changed the first scene is it actually happening. Torg being killed by the wannabe
Nah,
Husai.
you were doing monkey dance.
I was doing what, Bomb Dropper? Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about, Bomb Dropper.
It is wedded for it, and they keep on reading, anticipating that event. I mean, I don't think there's an easy answer whether anticipation or surprise is better, but I do think you need to evaluate in your own writing, what do you use more often? Like, instinctually, what do you write towards? And then figure out, okay, can I use more of the other one? How can I incorporate both of these techniques in my fiction? And you need to know when to use one and when to use the other based on the storyline. And by the way, if you want to learn more about this topic, check out BookFox Academy. It's my 11 courses where I talk about stuff like this and get much deeper into how you can use things like surprise and anticipation in your novels. Check them out in the link below. You can get access to all of them for a monthly subscription or an annual subscription. The eighth question.
I just noticed his shirt, guys. Nice, Sean, nice. Bookmarks are for quitters. Whoops, gamble, all. Off I fuck for the night. Alright, Sean, have a great night, good sir. I'm getting cucked on the gamble, guys. Fuck!
Question every writer should be able to answer.
Have a good night, Sean. Take care. Thanks for hanging out, man. Bye.
This seems like.
Wait, what was that?
Question every writer should be able.
Should you use brand names in your fiction? Ooh, 8. Should you use brand names in your fiction? I think this really depends. It really depends. I don't know how it depends, but it depends. I'm not giving out free advertising. But I mean, like, it's relatable. Like, if you're writing, like, a modern day story,
No.
and you're not including, like fast food restaurants. Like, even if they're, like, kind of tweaked, I don't know. I feel like there are some things that you can really relate to people with if you just, like, you know, the stereotypes, like the Dunkin' Donuts cop, the Starbucks Karen, I'm cooking. Hell yeah, Muffin! What's up, bro? What are you cooking? I gotta check this out. What are you cooking, bro? Are you cooking my mom? I swear, Muffin, if you're cooking my mom, 10 fucking hours. Bro is a fucking legend. Holy shit, Muffin. I fucking love to see it, bro.
Have you ever hit your balls with your own leg?
Yes, I do it all the time, Bomb Dropper. You just sat on your balls? It fucking sucks. You are cooking, Muffin. Holy shit, bro. Some stereotypes work really well with certain brands. Okay, anyone who reaches level 1 shall become intoxicated. Nice, Callie. Fuck yeah. The Starbucks Karen. The Dunkin' Donuts cop. What's another one? So another, like, food. Finally found a stupid dumb monkey like me. Bomb Dropper, me too, man. I'm so glad. like the tea drinking I don't want to say crazy lady, I don't want to say psychic, I don't want to say gypsy. You know, like what are they called? What's the name of the place? Fuck, I can't remember. I think it's a European thing, but it's like, you know, like tea houses, right? There's like 2 or 3 like really famous ones. Holy shit, Muffin! Oh my god, thank you for the raid, bro. How are you? Welcome everyone. We're talking about foods and stereotypes, like, you know, the Starbucks Karen and the Dunkin' Donuts cop. I'm trying to think of other ones. Do you want me to voice cover my own poem? Bomb dropper, we'll get to it, man. We'll get to it. Calm down, bro. This is a really long react, though, guys, because we're getting really deep into this. This is a really good video. You know, we're getting into the roots of it, getting down to the bottom, and the reason why you would use these certain things. Specifically brands, right? Oh, the average Walmartian, the Walmartian, the average Walmartian, you know, like your average American Walmart enjoyer, your average Costco goer, right? But welcome everyone. I'm Intoxication. We do writing and reading, sometimes games. Costco guys. There you go, Levi. That's right. That's a name that'll get you famous, right? I give it boom. 3 big booms. That's what they do, right? Is boom? I was like, wait, is it bang or is it boom? I can't remember what the fucking catchphrase thing that they do is. At one point, it talks can't count. I went boom, and I said 3, right? We go boom, boom. That's 3. Just because I said it 4 times. I said boom 4 times, but that was because I said boom, then I said boom 3 times. Because I kind of shifted what I was going to do mid-saying it. At one point I had 10 viewers, but the activity feed didn't show a raid. Damn, Muffin, there you go, bro. Just getting people to pop in. Fuck yeah, man. I love it. Love to see it. So welcome everyone. So yeah, we're basically discussing brands in fiction, and should you use them or not.
Well, the answer is, should you use brand names in your fiction? This seems like such a small thing, but I actually think it makes a huge difference in how readers perceive the world of your novel. So what's the danger of using name brands?
I didn't have chat when a bunch came from here. I mean, they're crossing over all the time, Muffin, so I don't think it really matters. It is what it is, right? As long as they're enjoying having fun, right? I think that's the most important thing, is that we're all just having a good time, enjoying each other's company, right? And past that, anything else is just gravy and cherries and sprinkles, right?
Like pop culture references and like technology, someone reading it perhaps even 10 years later, it will date your book. It'll make it seem very old. Imagine the book in the 90s that talks about pagers constantly or something. It doesn't make your book feel timeless. It makes it tied to a very certain time period. On the other hand, what are the benefits of using brand names? Well, it's very realistic, right? People often think in brand names, they carry around brand names. And it's also very
I was hunting for 10 hours. That's insane, Muffin.
To the reader
I love to see it, man.
So brand
the longer you go, the more you'll accumulate people.
And they can also
the more you'll accumulate people that are there to watch for the long haul. They're there to be there the moment you get those personal bests. That's the kind of audience that you're most likely going to build up. Is lurkers that just want to be there for the moment that you finally break #1 in the world, right? In like 2.5 months. droll should I have for level 1? Clear-headed, stone cold sober. No, Callie, it should go down. It should be like intoxicated, then it should be absurdly high. And then the higher level you get, the more clear-headed you get. So you start off like fucked, and you work your way to being sober. And then you're like, oh my god, why am I here? And then you leave the stream, right? About PBS, I have top 20 on 8, top 120 on 18. Damn, Muffin, that's impressive. Fuck yeah, dude. That's what people want to see. Hell yeah. Put on a show. They'll show up.
Serve as time period markers. So
top 5 Australian and top 6 Oceania. Nice.
Of having your book be timeless, maybe you want it to be absolutely tied to the 80s or the 90s or something. So someone who used brand names a ton is Bret Easton Ellis. In American Psycho, he uses brand names quite often to show off a culture of materialism and consumerism. I'm wearing a suit by Valentino Couture, a shirt by Ike Behar, a tie by Bill Blass, and shoes from Brooks Brothers. My outfit is complemented by Oliver Peoples glasses and a Tour Beyond watch from Patek Philippe. On the other hand, look at an author like Cormac
I'll
McCarthy.
be back.
He
All right,
basically
sounds good,
uses
Muffin.
zero brand names in his fiction because he wants this sort of otherworldly, deep
Yeah, thanks for the raid, bro.
Western experience for the reader. But
Glad
really,
you
this is
enjoyed the
something you
stream
should
and
decide
glad
for
you're
yourself,
popping
and just don't decide
off.
it
Fuck yeah.
automatically, right? I'm forcing you to think about whether you should or shouldn't. On the other hand, it might be nice for another novel of yours to see how many brand names you can squeeze in, and then see what the difference is and see which one you prefer better. Number 9, the very last question is, should you create themes in your
Should you create themes in your work? My answer. Start with a base foundational truth about the world. Find a contradictory logical exploit for that foundational belief, especially if it is foreign, i.e. magic, another worlds, physics, or whatever. What famous sequence should it follow? We could do... I don't know, you could figure that out. Callie, you know what I would be doing? I'd just be asking AI these questions. Fibonacci sequence? Ask AI what scales faster, the Fibonacci sequence or prime numbers? I'm pretty sure it's Fibonacci sequence, right? I'm using AI. Well, there you go. Perfect. See which one scales more. Fibonacci or primes. And we're talking like into like 40 digits. Because the higher you go, I'm wondering if there's more of a curve on each and one will outscale. Like, if I know the Fibonacci sequence seems to like go way faster, but I'm just wondering if prime numbers, when they get so high like that, there's like 30 or 40 digits between prime numbers. So at some point, do prime numbers outscale the Fibonacci sequence? Or are they both a percentile that the Fibonacci sequence, like, let's say, doubles or triples? That is also just, in and of itself, an interesting. Prime numbers grow steadily, but much slower. Fibonacci's grow exponentially. Density of primes decreases as numbers get larger. The jump between consecutive primes is often small gaps, slowly widen. Growth is sublinear. 9th prime and... Yeah, so like, to the nth prime, so, like, we're talking like 40 to 60 digits. Like, what's the prime... how many primes are there between... 1 and 40 digits, and 40 digits and 60 digits. Themes should emerge outside of the foundational theme. Fibonacci numbers grow at a rate of 1 plus square 5 over 2. Okay, well maybe Levi, like let's just do this in scale then. So let's say this is our timeline, right? And say the red one is like Fibonacci sequence, right? And the green one is primes. That's what I imagine. If this on this scale is 10 times power of 40. Does that make sense? Fibonacci would have 12 levels if you want to reach 99. So each element of the Fibonacci is 1.6 times the size of the previous. Still waiting. I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
Your work.
We'll never know the answer.
I'm just going to come out and sort of give my perspective right away. I'm going to say no. And hear me out on this. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have themes. I'm saying that you shouldn't try to.
You eventually find gaps of millions between primes, but you're well beyond even the trillions by then. While 12 roll rewards, it would still level the same way. Sounds good to me, Callie. This was more of a thought experiment than it ever was an answer to your question, Callie. Because I thought that was phenomenal. When you get to 40 to 60 digits, how far apart are primes? You know? Could 5 steps of primes at 60 digits beat out 5 steps of the Fibonacci sequence at 60 to 80 digits? Because I think it would take forever to reach, but I think there might be but I don't know how primes work, right? I'm assuming between 40 and 60 and 80 digits, there's like 2 or 3 primes. And there's probably like 4 or 5 jumps of the Fibonacci sequence. Because if it was like 1.6, it would go 40, like 65, 90. You'll never have a number so large that the next prime is more than 1.6 times as large as it. Alright, well there you go. Good to know, Levi. Primes are powerful numbers.
Create themes. There's a difference. I think when authors try to create themes in their work from the get-go, it comes across as kind of forced, right? The ideal way to have themes in your book is for them to sort of rise or bubble up organically. And here's how that looks. Say you're 3/4 of the way through the book and you realize, I keep on noticing environmental themes in my book, or I keep on noticing acts of kindness in my book, right? You realize that there are certain things in your book that keep on cropping up, and you say, okay, I guess that's a theme. So when you have an organic theme, you tend to avoid the main mistakes with themes, which is 1, over-explaining it, like just to make sure the reader gets it, like here's what I'm saying in this theme. You tend to avoid that because it rose organically through the writing process. It just feels more natural in the book. And you also tend to avoid heavy-handed morality. If you know the answer before you start writing, you're going to try to sort of bludgeon the reader over the head with it. Readers don't like to be bludgeoned, so just treat it in a very natural way, and the reader's gonna get it. Don't worry, the reader will see it. Leave a comment below if you're writing a book that you feel like has themes and how you discovered what those themes were.
True. Alright, guys, that was a hell of a video, eh? Give him a like. Give him a view. Give him a sub. Give him a... You know, all the good stuff. And now, Bomb Dropper, are you ready? Because I am ready now. I hope you're ready. Are you ready? Could you possibly be ready? Is anyone ready? I don't know if I'm ready. Uh-oh, guys. It's a conundrum. Now your poem. True. You leveled up. Level up. 12. Wait, I just got 12 to 13? Callie has reached level 13. Nice. Okay, where is your poem? Let's see here. Poems. Where are poems? Public poetry. No, that's sleep. Did you DM me? Oh, you DM me. Interspectrology. This is gonna be great, guys. This is gonna be fucking amazing. Are you ready? Interspectrology. A poem. Okay, here we go. In the hush between heartbeats, I listen to echoes not born of sound, but of selves that shimmer softly, where thought and soul are bound. A flicker in the corner mind's eye, a breath from the rooms I've sealed. I study the science of shadows, the truths that time concealed. Ghosts of my former hungers drift through corridors of bone, each bearing a mirror cracked with reflections not my own. I chart the spectrum of longing from violet guilt to red flame, mapping emotions like galaxies, each ache with its ancient name. Not ghosts but vibrations of memory, not visions but versions of me. I am the seer, I am the seen, a student of what cannot flee. This is no exorcism, no cleanse, no final plea, only the sacred discipline of introspectrology. Dude, that's fucking amazing. I absolutely fucking love it. I'm like a fucking seal, like whoop 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 whoop. More, give me more. I need more. Oh god, that's so good, bro. I fucking love it. You played it so well, and I tried to fuck you over with that one, but you can do anything if you can do it in spectrology. Big fucking brain! I decided to check, and the largest no prime gap is and the primes that hits is a gap between 385,000 and 713,000 digits long. Okay, so not even close, Levi. Not even fucking close. Not even on the spectrum. It's not even on the graph when it comes to that. But it is very interesting to actually know what the answer is. And that's just my misunderstanding of how far apart primes can be. And that's just can, right? You can have primes really close together and then far apart, right? Not even remotely close. Primes grow at a snail's pace compared to Fibonacci numbers. True. Okay. So, does anyone else have anything that they want us to read? Yeah, there may or may not be an infinite number of primes, which are 2 apart. Yeah. I could see that. Famous maths problem called the twin prime conjecture. Alright. It looks like no one has anything they want us to read. So, in that case... we will go to Royal Road, and we will do the Flame and the Frost. See if Grok can solve the twin prime conjecture. Sure, let's do it. I will message in DMs, the delay is killing me. Just post in the Discord, Bomb Dropper. It's so much easier. Like just post in public stories. Message in DMs, the delay is killing me right now. Okay, let's go to Grok. Read your what? Where is your story, Bomb Dropper?
Do you like these? Pleasantly smashed, loosened up, lightly toasted, rosy cheeked.
I love that, Callie. That is actually fucking beautiful. It has a very feminine feel to it, which I like. It's like a wine drunk. Public poetry. No, that's Sleep. We read Sleep yesterday, Beezus. That was Bomb Dropper's thing from yesterday. He wants me to read his story, but I don't know where it's posted. And do you have anything else for us? I can't believe it just said why didn't it just say no? Why is it actually trying to solve this problem? It should have just said no. No, I can't. Okay, he sent it to me. We already read this, Bomb Dropper. We read this story yesterday, Bomb Dropper. This is the Eternal Flame Blade. No, I cannot solve the twin prime conjecture at this time. Here's why. What is the twin prime conjecture? Twin prime conjecture is a famous unsolved problem in number theory. It states that there are infinitely many pairs of prime numbers that differ by exactly 2, such as 3, 5, 5, 7, 11, 13, and so on. These pairs are called twin primes. A prime number is a natural number greater than 1 that has no positive divisors other than 1 in itself. The conjecture suggests that no matter how large the numbers get, we can always find more twin prime pairs along the number line. Why is it hard to solve? Proving the twin prime conjecture is challenging for several reasons. Primes are unpredictable. While we know there are infinitely many prime numbers thanks to Euclid's ancient proof, their distribution is irregular and becomes sparser as numbers increase. Prime number theorem tells us that the number of primes less than n is approximately n log n, but this doesn't specify where they occur. Yeah, I can't solve it. Conclusion. With my current knowledge and tools available, I cannot provide a solution. Well, fuck you. You tried. Bomb dropper. We've read this. I'm so confused. I'm just gonna pull up the flame and frost and flame while we wait. ChatGPT doesn't even attempt. Yeah, ChatGPT is probably smarter. Oh, well, I guess we could also do, okay, we've talked about this, but we've never done it. So let's do an extrapolation of this, and let's do the commentary, guys. How about that? We haven't done the commentary in a while, so let's do commentary. I'm gonna take a toke. Actually, I'm gonna write it out, make it think, and then, extrapolating from the past, the time frame between a super classified new military groundbreaking technology and that technology becoming a normality. Public normality. Using that as a reference, what do you think the current day top-notch, top-of-the-line, brand new, groundbreaking technology using that as a reference, what do you think the time frame is for current day top-notch, top-of-the-line, brand new, groundbreaking technology just being developed to become a public normality. Extrapolating from the past, the time frame between a super classified new military groundbreaking technology and that technology becoming a public normality. Using that as reference, what do you think the time frame is for the current day top-notch, top-of-the-line, brand new, groundbreaking technology that is just being developed to become a public normality? What do you think the current day developed? How long do you think the current day top-notch... Using that as reference, how long do you think the current day top-notch, top-of-the-line, brand-new, groundbreaking technology that is just being developed is from becoming or developed will take to become? How long do you think it will take for the current top-notch being developed to become a public normality? Okay, that's way better phrasing. That's how you do editing just on the go, guys. Extrapolating from the past the time frame between a superior classified new military groundbreaking technology and that technology becoming a public normality. And using that as a reference, how long do you think it will take for the current day top-notch, top-of-the-line, brand-new groundbreaking technology that is just being developed to become a public normality? Yo, I don't know if I should keep... Where's the fucking alcohol or barely touched? A drop. It should probably be barely touched a drop in the very top one. Level 99, the 12th stage, should be where's the fucking alcohol. Like, I hit the top, I'm allowed now. You know what I mean? And this one I say is between 50 to 70 years. Right? It's somewhere between 50 to 70 years. That's the idea. That's what I believe. So let's see what AI thinks. Only 20 to 30. To estimate how long it might take for current top-notch, groundbreaking military technologies just beginning developed today to become a public normality, we can extrapolate from historical patterns of past military innovation strengths issuing to civilian use. Let's explore this step by step. Excuse me. Historical patterns. Historically, groundbreaking military technology have taken 20 to 30 years to move from classified development to widespread public availability. Here are some key examples. The internet. Originating as a military project, ARPANET. Oh shit!
Right? Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the place only
True.
a mother
Hey,
can love.
Sinister, how's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. How are you, good sir? The internet originally originated as a military project, ARPANET, ARPANET in the 1960s. It became widely accessible to the public in the 1990s with the rise of the World Wide Web. This transition took approximately 30 years. Global positioning systems, GPS. Can't sleep. How you all doing? Oh, not too bad. We just finished the React. So, you know, it's a normal day. 3.5 hours in, and we just finished the React video. Fuck yeah. Now we're on to discussing the period of time between top-notch military classified technology and it becoming civilian use. Developed by the military in the 1970s, was open for civilian use in the 1990s after selective availability was turned off. This was roughly 20 to 25 year timeline. Drones, military drones, saw significant use in the 1990s during the Gulf War, and by the 2010s they became popular for civilian applications like photography and delivery. This shift took about 20 years. These examples suggest a consistent pattern. Military technologies that are initially super classified often take 2 or 3 decades to be declassified and interrogated into everyday life. A top role for the leader. Infatuated, Callie. Do like intoxication, but with infatuated. Factors influencing the time frame. With the 20 to 30 year range as a solid baseline, several factors could adjust this timeline for today's technologies. Accelerated technological advancement. Modern innovation moves faster than it did in the 20th century. Technologies like artificial intelligence and quantum computing are already advancing rapidly, with civilian applications emerging alongside military ones. This could shorten the transition time. Military secrecy. Highly sensitive technologies may remain classified longer due to national security concerns, potentially extending the timeline. Commercialization potential. Technologies can be easily adapted for commercial use. The internet tend to become public faster than those that are specialized or dangerous. Nuclear weapons, which never fully transition into nuclear power. Complexity. Cutting-edge fields like quantum computing are still in early development, which might delay their public rollout compared to more mature technologies. My god, the roll boosters should totally be the type of drunk you are for doing certain things, I think. Yes! Yes, Callie! 100%. Do it. I love it. Consider some of today's top-notch military technology, such as military-grade AI and quantum computing, which are likely among the groundbreaking innovations being developed now. Artificial intelligence is already in civilian use in smartphones and self-driving cars, but military-grade AI optimized for strategic decision-making or autonomous weapons might be more advanced and closely guarded. Given the overlap with the civilian AI, this could become public as little as 10 to 20 years, depending on the classification. Quantum computing. Still in its infancy, quantum computing promises revolutionary applications in cryptography and simulation. Since it's less mature and highly sensitive, breaking encryption, it might follow a longer timeline, closer to 20-30 years before becoming public. Based on historical trends and modern dynamics, the time frame for today's super-classified, groundbreaking military technologies to become public normality likely ranges from 10 to 30 years. Technologies with rapid civilian parallels, like AI, may lean toward the shorter end, while the complex or sensitive ones, like quantum computing, may take closer to the full 30 years. On average, 20 years seems reasonable estimate for most cases, balancing the accelerating pace of innovation with delays of secrecy and complexity. I found a cool feature. It is a role where it rewards people for speaking in a specific channel. It gives more XP if you want people to chat more somewhere. The general chat. So people actually go in there and talk and like there should be the chat. Actually, Callie, can you make a channel called brainstorming or something like that? And it's like for people to just go in and throw their ideas in and be like, what do you think of this idea? And then people can interact with their idea. What do you guys think about that? And then have that as like the main one that we want to push people towards. So people aren't just coming in and saying, hi, how's it going? They're actually interacting, right? For brand new technology developed in 2023, we might have to expect to become a public normality sometime between 2033 and 2053, with 2043 as a plausible midpoint. What is the longest period of time between a technology being developed and it being a public normality. I wonder if there's a technology that's over like 70 or 80 years. Yeah, I was thinking like something between the 1700s, 1800s, and like 1850s. Something probably to do with like construction and manufacturing and like the Industrial Revolution. That would be my guess. Now it's going really far back. But I think it's somewhere between like 60 to 80 years. But Sinister, if you're still here, do you want me to read one of your stories? Because we're kind of just chilling right now. So I would be down to read one of your stories. To determine the longest period of time between a technology being developed and it becoming a public normality, we need to identify a technology that was functional and had its potential recognized at an early point, but took an exceptionally long time to become widely accepted and integrated into everyday life by general public. Nuclear technology. After considering various technologies, one standing out is the simple fax machine. Concept of transmitting images over a distance was first developed in 1843 when Alexander Bain patented a device capable of sending a rudimentary form of facsimile. This marked the initial development of the technology, as it demonstrated a functional method for image transmission, even if it was not yet practical for widespread use. However, fax machines did not become a common tool in offices and businesses, thus achieving public normality until the 1970s and 1980s. Do you guys want to know something? Do you want to know the reason why we still have fax machines? And this is a very, very scary thought. So think about this. Why do fax machines still exist? With all the technology that we have. And where are like the three main places you see fax machines? I'll let you guys stew on that and I'll answer at the end of this. If you guys don't have an answer. Did not become a common tool in offices and businesses, thus achieving public normality. Oh, we read that standardized systems made them affordable and accessible. This transition reflects the point at which fax machines became integrated into daily operations for a significant portion of the population, particularly in professional settings. Calculating the time span, development 1843, public normality approximately in 1980, midpoint 70s and 80s. Time difference, 137 years, or roughly 140 years. This 140-year period is notably long compared to other technologies. For instance, airplanes invented in 1903 by the Wright brothers. Commercial air travel became common by 1950s, about 50 years. Automobile practical cars emerged in 1880 and widespread ownership in the 1920s, about 40 years. Internet developed 1960s, 1999, about 30 years. Well, older technologies like the printing press, 1440 to the 18th century, 300 years. Or sewage systems, ancient times, 19th century, over 1,000 years. have longer spans. Their adoption involved significant evolution and societal shifts, making the starting point of development less clear-cut. The fax machine, by contrast, is a distinct initial invention that remained relevant, albeit unrefined, until its eventual widespread use. Thus, the fax machine represents the longest clear period between development and public normality, among well-documented examples, taking approximately 140 years. The answer is 140 years. And the answer to my question is, it's not exact, but it basically can't be hacked. It can be, but it basically can't be, right? And it's used in hospitals, banks, and businesses because it's secure. And it's used for, like, very important, very, like, you know, you don't want these documents in public hands, such as financial statements. That's why you fax things, you don't email things between, like, your doctor's office and your pharmacy, for instance, right? But anyways, that's the commentary for today, guys. So, we don't really have much time, but we're going to read this. And if anyone else wants anything else to read, because this is kind of super short, I still don't... I'm going to do another introduction, and we're going to kind of start what I was doing, and we'll probably get through the first 3 scenes of it. But we're not going to get through all 9 scenes today by the end of the stream. So, unfortunate. But, do need to take a toke here. And I actually need a drink. So, I will be right back. Oif. Okay. Oh. Okay, here we go. Bokjo-san, Year of the Tiger, 19th Winter. It is not about service, but survival. He who watches from the center sees this wheel turn. Thoughts of Yi Huan, King Yi Huan. Dawn came to the frozen capital like a sigh, barely visible through mist and frost. The snow continued falling softly, as if the sky remembered nothing but whiteness. Inside the king's chamber, however, there was no sound, only a lukewarm emptiness that separated dream from waking. Yi Huan opened his eyes slowly. It took him several seconds to recognize the ceiling. It was no longer the one under which he had grown up, nor the one where his mother used to recite poetry to him on hushed tones. Likewise, it was the ceiling of the Winter Throne. True blondie fizzy. It's what it's all about, brother. Damn it, still can't do it, man. The shit's hard. I gotta concentrate harder on raising my key. The Winter Throne, a place of pale wood and columns that wept frost, a place that belonged to the dead. He was heir to that cold. His body still heavy, he sat up and let his feet touch the frozen floor. He did not call for help, no one was there yet. As always, he had slept without anyone keeping watch, or so he wished. He moved to the side screen where a small bronze mirror rested on a carved shelf. The morning light cast a dull sheen upon its reflection, and he looked. The patch still covered his left eye. The right, however, was ringed in darkness, staring back with a weariness he no longer knew how to hide. But it wasn't his eyes that held him there longer than usual. It was his hair. Another white strand, even brighter than the night before. His fingers trembled faintly as he caught it between thumb and forefinger. It wasn't age, nor illness. It was him. It was his body yielding to the winter he carried within. A sign of punishment, a poison spreading through his veins. The fragility struck him like a hidden spear to the chest. He kept staring at that young face, sick with time, at that expression that seemed less and fewer his own, like a stranger watching him from the other side of the glass. Fucking ads. Guys, I guess we're going for back-to-back totes. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? What am I stuck on? My wheels are stuck. Okay, I don't know what we were stuck on. We were stuck on something. I think we were just stuck on the carpet. Who knows? All right. The struggle of back-to-back tokes. like a stranger watching him from the other side of the glass. His lips parted slightly, his breath was thin. Thought flashed across his mind, quick, terrifying. What if I stop recognizing myself altogether? What if this turns me into a monster? He felt fear, real fear. Just then, the chamber door cracked open. No, wait. And then, with a swift, furious gesture, he shoved the mirror away, fell sideways with a dull thud, chipping one of its corners. A crack snaked across the polished metal like a scar. The reflection, now broken, looked somewhat more honest. Somehow more honest. Just then, the chamber door creaked open. Jion-ha, said a soft but steady voice. It was Lady Yuan, his personal attendant, the only one who never flinched when meeting his gaze, the only one who still called him the same tone as when he was a child. She paused at the sight of a broken mirror. She did not ask. Likewise, she did not frown. Not only that, but she simply approached with a bowl of warm water and folded towel. Another sleepless night, she asked gently, offering the cloth. Yi Huan did not reply. He only lowered his gaze. Lady Yuan placed the bowl on the table and began to prepare his royal garments. His robe for the day, scarlet, embroidered with white dragons. She dressed him with careful but certain hands, as if the ritual of clothing the king might help ease the weight of his thoughts. Southern envoys arrived today, she said as she adjusted his collar, and the Grand Royal Counselor sent an early report. Let someone else read it, he muttered. All eyes are on you, Jion-ha. She met his gaze for a moment, even those pretending not to look. Yi Huan pressed his lips together. Sometimes I wish I could close mine, he confessed very quietly, and wake in a world that hasn't frozen with me. Jesus. Lady Yuan said nothing for a moment. Then, with tenderness, she combed and tied his hair, tucked away the most visible white strand. Even in winter, some things still grow, she said, not because the cold is kind, but because there are those who choose to bloom in spite of it. Yi Huan did not respond, but when she stepped back and he caught his reflection in a fresh mirror brought by another servant, there was something different in his eyes. Not strength, just the faint flicker of a decision yet to be made. Lady Yuan, after ensuring his handbag was perfectly fastened, returned to the side table and opened a small cypress box she had brought with her. Inside, carefully wrapped in white cloth, lay a new silk eye patch with this time black, stark against his skin. Spun from silkworms, fed only white mulberry leaves, she said quietly, embroidered with protection and silence. Yi Huan did not reply. Turned his face slightly and with slow, almost reluctant fingers began to remove the old patch. And when he did, the room grew colder. We now have a level system where you slowly get sober the more you talk. A brainstorm channel where you earn more points for talking, and talkative drunk roll for anyone who reaches level 20. Fuck yeah, Callie. I absolutely fucking love it. You are a genius. Thank you so much, dude. I really, really appreciate it, man. That is so cool. Let's hope that we can get some traffic in there. Here, let me go to, now that you've done that, I'm going to go to Discord, and I'm going to pop the server, I'm going to bump it to the top. Bump! Boom. Maybe we can find someone. Who knows? You never know, right? They're out there somewhere. It's just a matter of time, guys. Yi Huan did not reply. He turned his face slightly and with slow, almost reluctant fingers moved the patch. The room grew colder. There was no illusion. The candlelight waned and Lady Yuan's breath misted in the air as if the very air had recoiled. The king's white eye lay bare, without pupil, without iris, just a swirling, opalescent, turning, fading. opalescence turning faintly. You should probably edit the description to include these features. They sound like fun. Can you do that for me, Callie? Can you edit the description? Oh, on Discord. Do you want to make a description and post it in the Discord in like the general chat, and then I'll change the description as well as like I don't know, anything else, like the tags. We have the writing 18 plus, beta reader, AI friendly storytelling. Yeah, if you write something out, I will replace what we currently have in Discord. if you want to, Callie. Because you kind of know more about the systems anyways, so you probably know how to entice the most amount of people with it. What do you mean, what's mine? What's my Discord? Want to include some of what you have currently and add my own. Okay, hold on. There, I posted it in the general chat, Callie. Then you can work with that. The entire room seemed to stretch into long, possible shadows. Silence thickened, dense, almost dangerous. Lady Yuan stepped back instinctively, not out of revulsion, but out of fear, not of the eye itself, but of what might be seen through it, a gaze that sought neither light nor truth, but served as a threshold to the darkness of the void. Yuan closed the eye slowly, before any misfortune could befall them, and the cold seemed to recede. He exhaled. "It never stops hurting," he whispered. "The eye?" she asked. "No," he murmured, voice rougher. "Being seen as a curse." Lady Yuan, hands trembling ever so slightly, steps forward again. She took the new patch in her fingers, unrolling it with care, holding it as though it were a sacred cloth. "Let me, Jion-ha." Yi Huan inclined his head slightly, and she placed the patch gently over his white eye. She tied it behind his head with delicate, almost maternal movements, muttering, "A mother cannot always hold the child she loves. Sometimes she must raise walls to protect him, even if he believes she's lost to him." He didn't move, but his lips parted slightly as if a memory had struck his chest. "She had this patch made." Lady Yuan did not answer. She tightened the final knot and tucked a loose white strand beneath the ribbon. Then she looked at him directly. "Not all acts of love can stand in the light of day, Jion-ha." The new patch was different, finer, more elegant, but most of all, firmer, as if it reminded him that beyond his power there was still a will that must endure. Yi Huan straightened, fully, breathed deep, his shoulders set, his chest lifted. And though he said nothing, though he did not offer thanks, his expression softened just enough to make the weight of the throne feel, for one brief moment, a little less cold. Lady Yuan gathered the old patch, wrapping it with the care of one handling a relic from a time best left behind. The court waits, Lord Timmy, hey you, hey, how's it going? He's alive. Yes, I am. How are you? Welcome, welcome. We're just finishing up reading a chapter from this random story that I've been reading on Royal Road. How are you, good sir? What is happening? Good to see you. Hell yeah, good to see you too, man. Lady One gathered the old patch, wrapping it with care as one of the handling a relic of times past, of a time best left behind. The court awaits, John Ha, she said softly. Yi Huan nodded. He turned to the door and, without looking back, walked forwards. Damn. This chapter was, pretty intense. The physicalness of the eye, the cold that emanates from it, his calamity, it's so good. Embodiment. I don't know how to spell. Embodiment of winter cannot truly run from himself. If he finds one to run with, though, may the winter fade through his feelings. I have an idea of where this story is going, and I keep like talking to the author about like different points that I'm thinking of. It's a good time. But yeah, anyways, guys, go check out... Man, I can't do anything. I'm gonna do this right this time. Lord Timmy, if you weren't here yesterday when we raided him... Hell yeah. Muffin's still here. I don't know if Muffin's gone or not, or if anyone from Muffin's stream wants to hop in over there and give him some love, give him some, you know, some of the good stuff. Which reminds me, actually, I should do that. There's one more thing I always like to do. So go to the main channel on here, the main story, and if anyone wants to check this out on Royal Road, here is the page for the book. Throw that in all the chats here. Whoops, I did not mean to click on that. Good to know that I can do that, though, if I have to bring that page up. Alright. And now from here, we are looking at our brainstorming method. So we went through here. It's in my bookmarks, right? Yes. So, brainstorming to see if there's, like, you know, anything we're kind of missing with the story. Anything we can improve, like, wording-wise, character-wise, and trying to create a character profile around the story. And so instead of creating a character and then placing them in the story, we want to have a basic understanding of what the story is, and then mold the character so they fit inside of that story. So we already have Linda, and we've kind of molded her with the story, but the entire character profile that we make out of this is completely done as a outline from Linda's in like the psychological horror aspect of where Hector is going to be inside of the insane asylum. So that was like, this is the plot outline for medical mystery psychological horror. Left-handed chiral DNA structure. They're clones created by the government where they have stolen the main body. Where all chirals are left-handed, not right-handed. This is due to government bureaucracy. They went with a simple and easy way to identify clones via left-handed chiral DNA. They were warned. In a world with no left-handed people, these clones are all left-handed. That's a chilling and intriguing premise for a medical mystery psychological horror. The concept of left-handed chiral DNA as a marker for government-created clones is unique and sets up a creepy atmosphere, especially in a world where no one is naturally left-handed. Here's some feedback and ideas to help flesh out your story, focusing on plot, themes, and potential horror elements. Feedback on the plot. Strong hook. The idea of chiral DNA, the real scientific concept where molecules can exist in mirror image forms, being manipulated to mark clones is brilliant. It's grounded enough in science to feel plausible, but twisted enough to be unsettling. The government's bureaucratic laziness, they went with the simple way, adds a darkly ironic layer hinting at systematic flaws that could unravel in horrifying ways. World-building opportunity. A world with no left-handed people is a bold choice. It raises questions. Was left-handedness eradicated naturally, genetically, or through social control? This could tie into the horror. Perhaps the government has a history of tampering with human biology, and the clones are just the latest experiment gone wrong. Clone identification. The left-handedness in chiral DNA as a marker for clones is a great visual and scientific cue. It makes the clones instantly identifiable, which could lead to social stigma, paranoia, or even violence against them. The fact they were warned suggests a looming consequence. Maybe the chiral DNA causes instability, madness, or a biological flaw that fuels the horror. Now, the idea here is, if I was, like, normally talking to someone, right, we'd just kind of be throwing ideas back and forth, and it's like, oh, well, this is what I think, and then you get a completely different perspective, right? So that's kind of what I'm doing here, is I'm just, like, giving a basic premise to the AI, and based on what we've done before, it kind of has an idea of how I like to structure things, so it creates these structures for me, and then challenges me with, like, certain questions and developments that I'm like, does that work with the story that I'm writing? And it's like a good way to shift your perspective and have almost someone, if you don't have anyone else to, like, give you feedback on anything, right? That's kind of what this exercise is all about, is getting a different perspective. Themes to explore. Identity. Are the clones aware they're clones? Do they grapple with their artificial origin or feel like their main body or original template was stolen? Control versus chaos. The government's bureaucratic shortcut could symbolize a larger theme of overreaching control leading to a catastrophic failure. Otherness. Left-handed clones in a right-handed world could face alienation, fear, or persecution, amplifying the psychological horror. Suggestions to develop the plot. Inciting incident. What kicks off the story? Here are a few ideas. Clone begins experiencing visions or memories that belong to the main body, suggesting the original person's consciousness is somehow still alive or influencing them. A medical researcher discovers that the left-handed chiral DNA is mutating, causing clones to develop unnatural abilities or horrifying physical, mental changes. A clone escapes a government facility, exposing the program to the public and sparking a witch hunt for other left-handed people. A non-clone protagonist, a doctor or journalist, notices a patient with impossible left-handed DNA, uncovering the conspiracy. Protagonist. Who drives the story? Consider. A clone who's unaware of their origins, but starts noticing they're different left-handed in a right-handed world, strange dreams, or a sense of being watched. Scientist or doctor who stumbles on the chiral DNA anomaly while treating a patient, then becomes obsessed with uncovering the truth, even as the government threatens them. Dual perspective. One clone grappling with their identity and one non-clone investigating the conspiracy, their paths converging. This is actually how we kind of start the story, which I thought was fucking hilarious how it picked out, and it basically kind of identified how we're going to do it, because there's going to be Linda, the main character, who's not a clone, but she's a spy for the government, and then there's Hector, who is her lab partner, who is a clone. And there's going to be Linda's perspective of Linda and the clone Hector, and then there's Hector's perspective of Hector in the insane asylum being told he's fucking crazy. Horror elements. To lean into psychological horror, amplify the unease. Body horror, we don't care really about that. That's going to come up later. Psychological paranoia, we don't care about that. The government cover-up. Government might hunt clones to hide their mistake using psychological tactics like gaslighting or surveillance to make them doubt their sanity. Or they could deploy perfect right-handed clones to replace the flawed left-handed ones, creating a doppelganger horror. Supernatural twist. Chiral DNA could have unintended consequences like opening a connection to a mirror dimension or awakening something like aliens or clones in biology. We originally started with something supernatural that was interdimensional, and that's where the left-handed chiral people came from. And then I was like, no, it has to be fucking clones, because in this, like, world that all of these short stories are set in, the government is like a dark dystopian fucked up like Illuminati type shit, and this is like an extension of like MK Ultra and shit like that. Conflict and stakes. Internal conflict. The protagonist is a clone. They might struggle with whatever. They're truly human. We don't care about that. External conflict. The government could be a faceless, oppressive force, sending agents to silence anyone who knows the truth. That kind of happens. Alternatively, a rogue scientist or whistleblower within the government could be a complex antagonist, believing the clones are dangerous. Well, he's an antagonist in the way of thinking if the government is the protagonist. Societal stakes. If the truth about the clones leaks, it could spark mass hysteria with people turning on anyone suspecting of being left-handed, or the clones might rebel, demanding rights or seek revenge, which is actually like one of the main reasons. If like hiding the truth so people don't know what the government's doing, right? Climax and resolution. Where is the story headed? Some possibilities. The protagonist discovers the main body. The chiral DNA mutates. Chiral clone unite and overthrow the government. A psychological twist. Protagonist realizes they are the clone. World building question to consider. Why no left-handed people? This is actually a genetic purge. What's the main body? We don't need to worry about that. How are clones treated? They can't get nutritions or anything, so they basically just die off. What went wrong? They were warned. Line is tantalizing. Warning about scientific risks, ethical concerns, something more sinister, conspiracy theory claiming clones would break reality. Medical and scientific grounding. To keep medical mystery vibe, you can lean into real science while adding in horror twist. Chirality and biology. Most DNA in nature is right-handed ddNA. Left-handed DNA, ZDNA, exists but is rare and unstable. You could play with the idea that the government engineered ZDNA for clones, but it's prone to mutations or interact strangely with the right-handed biology, which is what it does. Handedness. Left-handedness is partially genetic, partially environmental. You could explain the absence of left-handed people as a government-mandated gene edit decades ago. That's like an absolutely perfect idea. To like reference how genetic manipulation has been like slowly pressed through, and this is like something that Linda has intimate knowledge about. So this could be like going inside of her head and talking about this. This was a really good idea direction that we never really thought about going with before. Making the clones left-handedness is deliberate throwback. Cloning tech. Maybe the clones aren't traditional clones, but chiral duplicates created by mirroring the DNA of the body. This could explain why they're fundamentally unstable or wrong. We already know why they are, so we don't need to worry about that. Psychological horror tips. Uncanny Valley. Make the clones almost human, but off in a subtle way. Gaslighting. The government can manipulate clones into doubting their own existence. We kind of use this, but in a different way. Isolation. Motive of forbidden, forming communities. No, they just all die off. Next steps. Outline a key scene. Talks. Could I display the owner rule separately from everyone? I wish to be on top. Yes, Callie. I don't know how to do that. Do you need me to do that? Okay, how do I do that? Show me the ways, Callie. Oh, go back into roles? Edit? Oh. There you go, Callie. Can you change this, or do you want me to change this? So that, you know, it's like something cool? So keep it the way it is? Can literally do absolutely everything. I am here! Hell yeah, Callie. I believe in you, brother. Except change my own settings. Look at roles on the side. Did I not save it? Yeah, I did. Owner admin. I don't know what you mean, Callie. No, click a member list on the top. Like here? I don't understand. I don't understand, Callie. I don't understand. What do you want me to do? To me, this is middle top. Right here is middle top. Okay, you see next to the search bar. Oh, show member list. Oh my fucking god, I'm retarded. Alright, alright. I did not know you could do this. I did not know this was a thing. I don't know how to use... I don't know how to use this. Did you never know about the member list? No. I did not know any of these icons were up here. Pinned messages, notifications, threads. What's threads? Yeah, I didn't know. You know, I wondered... Threads is like a forum. Okay. Should I be in here? You know what? You know what, Callie? Maybe I should be up there so people know that I'm actually... Yeah, let's do that. Let's put me up there. Manage. We're gonna go. We're also gonna add a talks. That's my alt. That's my phone. That's my original Discord. That's the one that's on my phone and my other PC. Yeah. Sweet. There we go, Callie. Hell yeah, brother. I'm above you. For the win! Alright. Thank you so much. Now people will just know, you know, it's just convenient. No matter how much I don't want to put myself out there, it's my fucking Discord server. I better be the fucking owner of it, right? You know, it's just one of those things. But anyways, moving on. Next steps. Outline a key scene. Want to brainstorm a specific moment. I don't really care about that. Co-owner. True, I'm the creator. And we're co-owners. But you're the mastermind behind it. So you might as well be the creator. I'm just leeching. Great suggestions, but I have a direction. Here's the character profile of one of the characters, like I've in the profile. Linda Yui is a fascinating and layered character, perfectly suited for the dark conspiratorial tone of your medical mystery psychological horror story. Because you guys haven't heard anything about Linda's actual personality, right? Her profile is rich with contradictions and depth, which make her feel authentic and ripe for conflict in a world of clones and government cover-ups. Below, I'll break down what works, offer some thoughts on how she fits into your plot, and suggest ways to deepen her role or address potential gaps. Since you've got a direction, I'll focus on refining Linda's profile and tying her to the chiral DNA clone premise, while keeping my response concise yet thorough. What works in Linda's profile? Complex motivation, reputation, and betrayal. Theme of betrayal. Linda's theme of betrayal aligns beautifully with the story's government conspiracy. Her belief that reputation dictates your worth, but can only be ruined if you're caught, sets her up for moral ambiguity. She could be a wild card, someone who might betray the protagonist, the clones, or even the government for her own gain, but only if she can avoid exposure. Unspoken rule. Going back on your word will destroy your reputation. Suggests she's hyper-aware of trust and perception, which could make her paranoid or manipulative in a world where clones are marked by their left-handedness. This rule could clash with her contradictory belief, creating tension when she's tempted to break her word but stay hidden. Backstory. Her journey from high school dropout and drug user to a genius recruited by the government is compelling. It grounds her in a gritty, relatable past while explaining her expertise in biology and chemistry, key for unraveling the chiral DNA mystery. The contradiction, not thinking she was smart yet excelling in drug making, adds depth. Her pivot from criminality to government asset feels plausible, especially in a bureaucratic system that might exploit her skills despite her past. Being arrested and recruited hints at coercion, which could fuel her resentment or loyalty to government, depending on how you play it. Personality and mannerisms. Response action, fawn, deflection. Her tendency to avoid confrontation makes her a survivor, fitting the psychological horror vibe. She might deflect suspicion about the clones for or her own role with charm or humor, which could mask darker intentions. Temperament. Short, snap outbursts, 2 to 3 words, are a great touch. They show her control slipping under pressure, hinting at suppressed anger or trauma from her past. This could escalate in high-stakes moments, like when she's confronted about the clones. Mannerisms. Tapping heels, rubbing eyebrows, and ignoring her glasses are vivid and specific. They paint her as a fidgety, self-conscious, which contrasts nicely with her confident speech. The glasses detail, never pushing them up, only resetting them, is quirky and memorable, suggesting a refusal to conform to small norms. Speech pattern. Her mix of simple language and complex scientific terms is perfect for a self-taught genius. Words like preposterous and fallacy give her a sharp edge, will envelop and stabilize, tie her to scientific mind. This makes her dialogue distinct and believable. Appearance and defined feature. Physical appearance, 5'7", 175 pounds, chin length, brunette hair, hazel eyes, is grounded and relatable, avoiding cliches of the perfect scientist. The scar on her left hand's index finger, is a fantastic detail, especially in a story about left-handed clones. Could be a red herring, people suspect she's a clone, or a symbolic link to her past, an injury from her drug-making days. Her weight and height suggest a solid practical presence, which contrasts with her fidgety mannerisms, adding to her complexity. Unique draw, dark humor. Her ability to joke about her troubled past is a great way to make her likable yet unsettling. It shows resilience, but also hints at unresolved pain, which fits the psychological horror tone. Her self-deprecating humor could disarm others, making her betrayal, if she goes that route, even more shocking. How Linda fits the plot. Linda's expertise in biology and chemistry makes her a natural fit for investigating or even creating the chiral DNA clones. Here's how she could tie into your premises. Role in the conspiracy. Given her recruitment after arrest, she might work for the government, designing and analyzing chiral DNA program. Her belief that reputation can only be ruined if you're caught suggests she might hide flaws in the program to protect herself, even if it means endangering lives. I thought this was good, because she could be the reason and the suggestion for having left-handed chirals, and she'd be like, well, it's really complicated, or we could just make it really easy, and this is the easy way to do it. Oh, maybe we should just do it the easy way. So there was a thought there with that, so I thought that was good, to give me more perspective, right? How can I deepen the connection between Linda and the clones and the whole program itself? How is she embedded in the system? Like, what does she know? Connection to clones, yeah, that's just kind of dumb. The horror element, I thought that was also dumb. It suggests to deepen Linda's profile. Clarify her role in the story. Linda is the protagonist. Yeah, she's basically like an ally, but also an antagonist. Deepen her backstory. So let's see. Drug making inspiration. How did she go from making drugs to mastering biology and chemistry? Maybe she taught herself by experimenting with biochemical compounds, which caught the government's eye. You get at a specific moment, like creating a drug that mimicked chiral properties. And then I was thinking maybe she was like, her last name is Yui. Maybe she's from China. Maybe she was like a Chinese revolutionary who got caught up in the drug trade because she wasn't like phenomenal in school, so the pressures of school pressed her out of school, so she wound up as a drug crafter and chemist, and then she joined like some sort of revolutionary thing and wound up being refugeed somehow in the United States and continued with the drugs, got arrested, her background and everything, got her eyes by the CIA and the FBI basically, and then they realized how good she was with chemistry and biology, and they recruited her into the program. Boom, backstory. So we figured out the government recruitment tied to the scar in the plot. We never really quite figure that out, but I think it's just one of those things where it's like it's a reminder of her past. She was foolish one time and fucked up her finger. It's the way that it is. amplify the horror. Psychological instability. Her outbursts and fidgety mannerisms could escalate under stress, suggesting she's unraveling. Maybe she hears the main body. Yeah, it has this weird thing with, like, the main body. I don't know. But that's just how it goes sometimes. The interpretations can be really off. Betrayal's cost. If she betrays someone, the fallout could be horrific. The clones she exposes mutate, refine her speech. Use of simple language, scientific terms is great, but you could add a quirk to reflect her dark humor. For example, she might use metaphors tied to her past. This plan's gonna crash like a bad batch. Her common words, preposterous, fallacy, suggested a defensive edge, as if she's always ready to argue her intelligence. Which is like a really, really good insight on that. Potential gaps or questions. Motivation clarity. Her contradictory beliefs, reputation is everything, but only if you're caught, are great, but how does she reconcile them? Does she lean towards self-preservation, hiding her actions, or ambition, building a flawless reputation, a specific goal, providing her genius, escaping the government, or saving the clones? We kind of already went over this. Connections, outbursts, triggers, definitely can get better. Like, her outbursts get longer and longer. She stops being able to control herself throughout it. How to use Linda in key scenes. Discovery scene. Linda could be the one who notices exactly. That's what she does. She finds the instability. Betrayal moment. She betrays the protagonist. It could be subtle. Yeah. The coffee. The coffee is the important one. That's what the betrayal moment is for. Linda Yui is a standout character with a mix of grit, intelligence, and moral ambiguity that fits your medical mystery, psychological horror perfectly. Her scar, dark humor, and contradictory beliefs make her memorable, while her scientific expertise ties her directly to the chiral DNA plot. To take her to the next level, clarify her role, protagonist, ally, antagonist, and all that, and brainstorm, and then it's like, okay, let's insert here where Linda fits into the story. She's a government spy who is working on genetic engineering. Her lab partner, Hector Bridge, is replaced with a clone. It is a government test to see if she is ready to move up to the next level of authority. She discovers he is a clone, and he doesn't realize. She lures him into the lab, locks him in, activating an emergency contamination system. It's fascinating development for Linda Yui's role, your medical mystery, psychological horror story, positioning her as a government spy working on genetic engineering, with her lab partner Hector Bridge replaced by a clone as a test of her loyalty and competence adds a delicious layer of paranoia and deception. Her discovery and subsequent entrapment of the clone using the emergency containment system is chilling moment. It thinks we're going to kill the thing, but we're not. She's trapped in there with him. So there's a little bit of a fuck up here. So, we can skip all of this. Integrating Linda's character profile. Here's how Linda's traits shape her role in actions. Theme of betrayal. Linda's decision to lure and trap Hector's clone is a clear betrayal. Okay, yeah, actually, we replace, like, most of this once we've established Hector, and then we do the full screening. So, suggestions, strengthen Linda's role. Motivation for betrayal. Clarify why Linda is so driven to pass the test. Is it ambition to escape her past and secure her reputation? Extradition, deportation. That could tie in again to how she got in the position that she's in. She wants to outsmart her manipulators, anchor her betrayal of Hector's clone. She might see the promotion as a way to access the main body, hoping to destroy it and end the program, either to redeem herself or sabotage the government. So there's a backstabbing element there that could be placed. We could go with that, the moral conflict. Trapping the clone, Linda could have a brief outburst. That's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb. That's a cool idea, but this is what I have so far for the first 3 scenes. Let me know what you think. So we got your first 3 scenes are a solid foundation for your medical mystery psychological horror story. Effectively setting up the chiral DNA mystery, Linda's suspicions, and the chilling moment of betrayal. They establish the scientific intrigue, build tension around Hector's clone status, and showcase Linda's cunning and conflicted nature. Below, I'll analyze what works, suggest refinements, and tie the scenes to your plot and Linda's character profile. and offer ideas to amplify the horror and suspense while respecting your direction and drawing on your interest in morally complex science narratives, like the ethical dilemmas from your April 3rd, 2025 conversation. I'll keep it concise, focused, and actionable, aligning with your established plot points and Linda's role as a government spy. Analysis of the scenes. Scene 1, DNA analysis at the CDC. What works? Premise setup. Sending DNA to the CDC under national security protocols immediately establishes the high stakes. Government-controlled setting. It grounds the chiral DNA plot in a realistic framework, hinting at the bureaucracy behind the clone program. Goal. Using an AI program to match proteins to amino acids is a great way to introduce the scientific mystery. It's specific enough to feel authentic, but accessible to non-scientists. Conflict. AI failing to find 100% matches creates instant intrigue, suggesting something fundamentally wrong with the DNA. Perfect for hinting at the left-handed chiral structure. Disaster. The 40 to 50% match of is a compelling hook. It's low enough to be alarming, raising questions about what kind of DNA could be so different from human norms. Suggestions. Clarify Linda's role. Is Linda overseeing the AI program, or is she one of several scientists? As a government spy, she might be tasked with ensuring the results stay secret, adding tension if she suspects the low match is tied to the clone program she's working on. Thinks she's working on it. She's not working on the clone program. She's just really good with biology, so she's the perfect person for them to use to try and fake actual research on a cure of a disease that doesn't exist. But she doesn't know that yet. Horror tense. To lean into psychological horror in AI could flag an anomaly in DNA that's incompatible with human biology. It likes to play on the horror, but this isn't the horror aspect. The psychological horror is the second part where the POV changes. This is the medical mystery part. Tied to the government. The national security angle could be emphasized. Perhaps Linda receives a cryptic message, which we do have at the very beginning. National security, need to know, eyes only, right? Because we're still keeping that intro. Scene 2, breakfast room breakdown. What works? Reaction. Linda puzzling over a low match while microwaving a frozen dinner is a great character moment. It shows her obsessive mind and grounds her in a mundane setting, contrasted with the high-tech lab. Dilemma. Her hesitation to involve Hector reflects her betrayal theme and spy instincts. Noticing his left-handedness, handing her coffee, is a subtle clue that ties directly to the chiral DNA plot and sets up her suspicion. Decision. Asking Hector to help in the lab is a smart move. It shows her testing him without revealing her spy role, aligning with her fond deflection response, and her belief that reputation can only be ruined if you're caught. Suggestions. Amplify suspense. When Hector hands her the coffee with his left hand, you can notice something off. This is kind of weird. Mannerisms. You can use her quirks more. This is a good one for like the tension, dark humor when she says something. The lab discussion. They go to the lab. Investigating the low match keeps the scientific mystery at the forefront, with Linda and Hector's discussion grounding chiral DNA reveal. Conflict. Hector's persistent left-handedness builds suspense, making Linda's suspicion more concrete. It's a great way to show her observational skills as a spy and scientist. Disaster. Calling Hector out is a bold move, escalating the tension and forcing a confrontation that aligns with her betrayal theme. Reaction. Hector's defensiveness and denial add psychological depth, suggesting the clone might not know its true nature, which is heartbreaking and creepy. Dilemma. Linda's choice to consider experimenting on Hector is chilling, showing her ruthless side. This is actually because he's sick, so she's doing experiments on his blood to try and find out what stage he's at, and that's when she finds out, yeah, there's like no scarring, there's no nothing, this is fucked up. There's something else going on here. Because she knows her shit when it comes to biology. Decision. Pulling the contamination lever is a dramatic climax, perfectly showcasing Linda's cunning and her ability to use the lab systems to avoid direct confrontation. It thinks that she leaves. Mirror trick. The phone reflecting 100% match with the mirror protein is brilliant. It's visual, scientific, and ties directly to left-handed chiral. Hector's behavior, his left-handed actions could feel increasingly unnatural. Horror in the lockdown. Don't really need that. Well, we could lean into it a little bit with, like, the suspense factor, right? tying scenes to Linda's profile and the plot. Betrayal theme. Linda's decision to trap Hector's clone is a clear act of betrayal. It's actually not. It's that's kind of it's taking this in the wrong way. True, Lord Timmy. True. Backstory. Her drug-making past and recruitment make her adept at spotting anomalies like the low DNA match and Hector's left-handedness. Her arrest gives government leverage, explaining why she's so eager to pass their test. Mannerism and speech. Her heel tapping and elbows rubbing could signal her growing suspicion. While her dark humor as matches as stable as my old life, keeps ease. The DNA plot. The right-handed, D and Z's, don't really know about that. Amplifying horror suspense, don't really need to know about that. Potential adjustments, clarity, specifically who's running the AI program and why is the DNA, why was it sent to the CDC? Is it a routine check for a clone program? It's for a disease. An outbreak of a disease that they're trying to find a cure for, and Linda's the one who's working on it. So that's kind of explained in the intro before, like, the goal of scene 1. Broader plot implications after the lockdown, chiral flow, Linda's arc. Okay, we don't really need to know about that. Your 3 scenes set up a gripping mystery with strong scientific hook and a chilling betrayal. Linda's role as a spy, her discovery in the chiral DNA flaw, and her entrapment of Hector's clone create a tense arc that blends medical mystery with psychological horror. It shouldn't have that much psychological horror in this moment. The mirror reveal is a standout moment. I loved that. Like, that moment is the perfect part. I'm going, fuck you, love you, fuck you, Muffin, have a good night, thanks for the raid, man, take care, bro, love you too, bro, fuck you, peace. You're gonna pop off again tomorrow, I think, or is it Sunday, which is Monday? I don't know. It's Sunday, right? Yeah, you can pop off tomorrow, right? Where were we? Strengthen the scenes, add subtle horror cues, glitches. Monday is a public holiday, dude. Yeah, it's same here. It's a long weekend. Honestly, I don't know what the holiday is. I'm fucking retarded. I miss Cute Muffin already. Nice, Lord Timmy. Hell yeah. Muffin's the best, man. He gets shit done. He knows what's going on. He's intelligent. He's thoughtful. You know? He's provocative. He's funny. Okay, so then I said, let's go back to world building, kind of explain the backstory and the kidnapping. So basically, in this world, the government is kidnapping and experimenting on people for almost 100 years. It's around the year 2040, and the government has enough understanding about genetics to make perfect clones. But in order, bye cutie, aw, so cute. All of those, yes. Intelligent, no. I mean, you can think what you want, Muffin, but when we get that IQ and you never go under 350, I'm gonna be like, I told you, man, he's fucking 5-head. 5-head big brain sits on his own brain. He's so smart. Uses it as a cushion. I just think about you. I lower the room's IQ by like 30 points. Not 30%. 30 fucking points. I make people retarded. Alright, have a good night, Muffin. Genetics to make perfect clones. But in order to make sure that they can keep track of the clones, they made them left-handed chiral so that proteins and amino acids in nature are not compatible, thus after 2 to 3 weeks they will die. The process by which the government chooses the batch of people it will be experimenting on is twofold. Step 1. Find the best fit genetic makeup and find 12 people to match closest. Then step 2. Assign those for jury duty and in the process replace them with complete perfect clones aside from being left-handed chiral, left-handed real life as a side effect. This has only recently been happening the last 2 months. The dying clones over the first 1 to 2 weeks that the real person is kidnapped, the public believes it's a disease. This leads back to Linda. She's under government order to study the blood sample, so they have a plausible evidence they were doing research into a disease to prevent an audit from exposing them. This is a dark and compelling world-building framework that ties beautifully into your medical mystery, psychological horror story. The government's century-long history of kidnapping and experimentation, combined with their recent use of left-handed chiral DNA clones as disposal replacements, creates a chilling backdrop of systematic cruelty and deception. The jury duty scheme is a brilliant bureaucratic cover, and the public's belief in a disease killing the clones adds a layer of social paranoia that amplifies the horror. Linda's role as a government spy studying blood samples to maintain the cover story aligns perfectly with her betrayal theme and morally complex character. Below, I'll analyze your world building, integrate it with Linda's character and the existing scenes, and suggest ways to deepen the horror and narrative while drawing on your interest in morally fraught science, like the ethical dilemmas from your April 3rd conversation. I'll keep it concise, focused, and actionable, respecting your direction. Analysis of the world building. What works? Government conspiracy. Century of secret human experimentation establishes a deep-rooted Orwellian horror. By 2040, their mastery of cloning feels plausible, given the timeline. And the left-handed chiral DNA tracking mechanism, and fatal flaw, is a unique scientific hook that grounds the mystery. Chiral DNA flaw, making clones, proteins, and amino acids incompatible with nature and leading to their death in 2 to 3 weeks, is a horrifying twist. It explains the low 50 to 40-50% DNA match in Scene 1 and sets up the mirror reveal in Scene 3, as left-handed Z DNA molecules wouldn't align with right-handed DNA norms. It also makes the clones disposable tools, amplifying the government's callousness. Jury duty scheme. Using jury duty to kidnap people and replace them with clones is a genius bureaucratic ploy. It's mundane enough to avoid suspicion, but sinister in its exploitation of civic duty. Selecting 12 people based on genetic makeup adds a creepy precision to the process. Public deception. The disease cover story is a great touch. Creating social tensions and paranoia. It explains why no one questions the clones' deaths and gives Linda's blood sample analysis a clear purpose, maintaining a lie to avoid an audit. Recent timeline. The cloning program being only 2 months old makes the stakes urgent. The government is still refining the process, and Linda's discovery of Hector's clone status suggests cracks in their plan, setting up conflict and potential exposure. Ties to Linda's role. Linda's government orders to study blood samples align with her spy role and scientific expertise. Her betrayal theme shines as she's complicit in covering... ASR999, thank you for the follow! How are you? Welcome, welcome! We are taking a deep dive into how to form a character around your story, instead of building your character from the ground up. Fucking ads. Of course ads pop up now, but that's okay. Ads don't affect Kish. Only affect Twitch. So I can still talk to you. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy creativity? Are you a person of imagination? Do you enjoy morally twisted, fucked up, and all around taboo, questionable stories with very, very tough, real world, like, parables and consequences and reflections of real life and satire, irony, and horror, disgust, terribleness, and showing the darkest of humanity. It's a good time we have up in here. Plus we get some highs. We get some highs up in here, boys, with the bing bong bang. Bang the bing bong bin, and we are going down, up, and over across. That's what it's all about, good sirs. Alright, welcome back, everyone. All right. Ties to Linda's role. Expose the truth. Protect herself to expose the truth. She's caught. Her past as a drug user and coerced recruitment from her arrest. Yeah, jury duty scheme connects to her entrapment. Integrating world building with existing scenes. Here's how your world building enhances the first 3 scenes and Linda's arc. Scene 1, CDC analysis. World building tie. The DNA sample Linda analysis analyzes is likely from a dead clone sent to the CDC to fabricate evidence of a disease. The 40-50% match reflects the left-handed chiral DNA, which doesn't align with natural human DNA. The national security angle explains why the government controls the analysis, with Linda tasked to manipulate or suppress the results to avoid an audit. Linda's role. As a spy, she's ensuring the low match is framed as a disease, not a cloning flaw. Her unease, tapping her heel, rubbing scar, could stem from knowing the truth, but fearing exposure, aligning with her reputation obsession. Enhancement. Add a hint of the jury duty scheme. Example, DNA sample is labeled with this was a good one, with like a juror's name and notices the 12 similar samples, raising her suspicions about the government's process. That's a good like kind of just small kind of piece to put in there, right? World building tie for the break room. Linda's dilemma about involving Hector reflects her spy instincts. She knows clones are replacing people via jury duty, and Hector's left-handedness handling her coffee triggers her suspicion that he's one of them. The disease cover story might weigh on her mind as she covers. So this is actually wrong. She doesn't have any idea about the cloning. She just knows they're doing genetic experiments. She doesn't actually know about the cloning. She just knows that the disease causes people to be left-handed. That's what she thinks. So she does a bunch of experiments. So I think we've revised this again once we come back to Hector. So we move down quite a bit. This is just talking about random stuff. Let's find the lockdown scene. Yeah, only seals the room. Yeah, so they're actually just like... I guess we can just go through it. We'll be switching points of view, but here... Let's get an idea of what will happen when we come back so we can keep this as linear and on point as possible. Linda will be doing blood tests and testing Hector's DNA to compare it to the sample she has. It will be a match. She explains he's got the disease and makes him as comfortable as possible as they both try to work on coming up with a cure. All the while, both of them are starving in this lab. Linda has decided she will die in here with the clone or come up with... Smokey! You just missed us take a toke. This is going to be the second time this stream we're going to have a fucking back-to-back toke. Bro, I'm getting brutalized by the chat and my ads. I love it. How's it going, good sir? How are you? We are going through, basically, a way to form your character around your story instead of building your character from the ground up. So your character doesn't feel like it was inserted into the story. It feels like the story was meant for that character. And it's like, you know, it's that coincidental drive that's in the realm of suspended disbelief, right? Insert me? No, insert you to me. Smokey. Let's see who wins. 712%. I'm definitely gayer than you on bottom. 100% Smokey. You can't argue with that. You're gonna be like 12%. 196%. See? See? You're definitely a top, not a bottom. I know these things, man. I know these things. Okay. Linda will be doing blood tests using Hector's DNA to compare it with samples she has. It'll be a match. She explains that he's got the disease and makes him comfortable as possible as they both try to work on coming up with a cure, all the while they're both of them starving in this lab. Linda's decided she will die in here with the clone or come up with a cure. She has the specimen with her There should be no problem curing the disease. She does not know about the clones. She thinks it's a disease, but she is beginning to think it's a lie. As she examines Hector more, there are no signs of moving from right to left-handed, just like he was born left-handed. So, like, there's no scarring in the tissue where it would have, like, refolded. More and more, there's no sign of moving from right to left-handed, just like he was born left-handed. So it makes no sense. There should be some kind of scarring on the DNA where refolded. She's not 100%, but she knows there's more to the story. 13! What's up, Smokey? Is making me a turkey. And it's killing... killing me. We are discussing how to create and mold your character around your story to create a character. Are you okay? I am now. It's just I literally took a toke like 15 or 20 seconds ago. So it's just that initial throat burn, right? But I'm calling the doctor for you. Oh, so true. I smoke too much, guys. Anyways, so we're going over forming your character around the story so your character fits into the story and is, like, well-rounded, but doesn't feel like, you know, they're completely out of place or they were just kind of dropped into the story. It feels like the story was made for them. Like, this is a natural outcome of the life that they've lived, right? And, like, the way that they are and the directions that they've gone in life. And the ultimate goal of this is to flesh out character profiles and build on aligning the character to the plot. Where's the I quit smoking character arc? It's actually I quit smoking tobacco. I never smoked cigarettes, but I smoked tobacco and weed together. I stopped smoking tobacco. I straight up cold turkey quit both weed and tobacco for a year and a half. Yeah, we call them poppers. Thai hoots. 'Cause that's how the Thai smoke their weed. Then I cold turkey quit for a year and a half. And then I was like, why not just you know, I don't have any hobbies. I don't spend any money. So I was like, I'll start smoking again. And I used to smoke like an ounce every 3 days. I smoke an ounce like maybe an ounce and a half a month now. Like, I don't smoke as much as I did. So we've pretty much actually gone through our quit smoking arc. He smoked a snake once. Minor. True, Smokey. I believe it when I see it, bro. Which is your mom. This is a fantastic pivot for the lockdown scene in Scene 3, shifting to focus the immediate horror to a tense, claustrophobic struggle that deepens Linda's character and the chiral DNA mystery. By switching points of view, presumably to Hector's clone, it's actually going to be to Hector in a... I don't think we need to worry about any of this. We've changed the scene. So what we need to do now is we need to change up to what happens next and the idea of crafting Hector's character. So we kind of had Linda's character on our own, but then we completely crafted Hector's character out of nowhere. Thanks for the input. I appreciate it. You sparked a few ideas, tweak and refine that I have to do so far. The next step is discuss the next step in the story. Point of view switches the real Hector. He wakes up in a straitjacket in a pitch black padded room. His last memory waking up. It says the jury room, but it's actually getting coffee with Linda in the break room, and then he wakes up in this place, and he's not already turned into a frog, but he will eventually later. But we kind of give the circumstances for it, and then build on that and say, okay, now you have a general idea of the situation. Say, do you also help out with character backstories and ideas? Asking for a friend, obviously. Yes, I love doing that. I love brainstorming. Brainstorming is like my biggest thing. Like, throw ideas at me if like you're ever stuck at something, if you ever want, you know, feedback, if you need a different perspective. I am all ears, eyes, toes, fingers, everything I need. I'm all in. I love that shit. I love helping people expand their ideas and take them to new directions. Like, me and Book Buyer had a 2-hour discussion. She was stuck on her book. We had a two-hour discussion about her book. She hasn't been back to the stream in a week and a half. I'm hoping she will have written 300,000 words by the time she comes back. I am wishing her the best, and I hope that she is out there getting those words down. At least that's what I hope. But it is what it is, right? That's as far as I know. Because she's like, I'm going to write now. And she's back, like, just a little bit, and then I'm like, alright, perfect. We got to get people, like, you know, the whole point of this is, like, motivating people to write, to create their own stories, their own worlds. To, you know, because like the reason I started streaming is to hold myself accountable to writing. So I'm like, I'm actually going to write. I'm going to improve my skills. I'm going to sit down. This is going to be my time to do whatever I need to do to make my book get out there within like 20 years. So I feel like I should use that as a principle to hold other people accountable to that, to say, you guys should also get out there, and if you have a work that you want to do, you should shut the fuck up, Smokey bitch. You're not a writer, okay? You're the odd one out, motherfucker. You're just here because you like me to fucking swear at you. I mean, what? I don't know if I asked this, but do you already have a book released? Technically, but no. I have stuff on Kindle. So we have a collection of 12 short stories that are all like basically like, it's the idea of chicken soup for the teenage soul. Poor Smoked. Smokey loves it, don't worry. That's why he's here. Right, Smokey? Fuck you, Smokey. It's a collection of 12 short stories that are all like kind of parable type stories that are like chicken soup for the teenage soul. But don't worry, Smokey, I love you even though we are divided by chat. It's true. We love you, Smokey. You're the best. You're the OG. That's why you have the OG. You don't follow me, bitch. He changed his name from Smokey to Smotadiety! We call him the Smotadiety! Because I accidentally did this.
Smoted IT.
I would just say Smokadiety, but like smoked it, but it said I put a T so that it became Smotadiety, and he became Smotadiety, the half brother of Aphrodite, and instead of like aphrodisiacs and like love, it's like addiction and like smoking and stuff like that. That's where Smokey comes from. But anyways, yeah, and then I have Cryogen, which is just a short story. It's 10,000 words. This is just a short story, like 3 short stories. It's super short. Then I have my Smut, which is just Smut. That's the one that sold. The Smut is what sold.
When you have been out hot cold food, eat the food.
When you of in... Oh. That is a great play on words, Timmy. I love that. I remember this comment. I did not come from a womb. They said this before. I was so fucked up. That's really something else there, Smokey. It's definitely something else, and I love that kind of exasperation attitude towards it. Okay, so now we're creating the character profile for Hector. So this is how creating a character profile for Hector, the real Hector, not his clone, that mirrors the format and style of Linda Yu's profile in a great way, is a great way to flesh out his character and contrast him with Linda, enriching their dynamics in your medical mystery psychological horror story. Using elements from this Scene 4 situation, waking up in a straitjacket in a pitch-black padded cell, gaslit by asylum staff, and undergoing transformation into a frog-human hybrid, I'll craft a profile that highlights his plight, ties to the government's chiral DNA, and then we kind of changed it up. So I'll go to the final one. Okay. Good to know. I might hit you up on the secret boss, because I'm a bit stuck on her story. All right. Yeah, feel free, Timmy, anytime. I would love to hear it. I would love to, pump your brain full of air, suck out all the air, and, all that's left is brilliance. Once I take all the woo out of it, all the airhead. And again, it's not necessarily the ideas I come up with, it's the ideas that bounce back and forth, right? You say something, I say something, then you're like, oh, that sparks me for this. That's not necessarily what I want. That's kind of like how I'm showing with this, how it's like, the AI is not giving me what I want, but it is giving a response that gives me something to work with that I can bounce off of it. I'm DMing you right now. Perfect. Oh, here he goes, Smodeniety! Don't try to be like your half-sister, bro. You're not her. It's a major secret, so okay, currently signing NDA. I will not talk about it. I will not say anything about it. I am signing an NDA with Timmy on this. Lips are sealed. No one will ever know. I will not talk about it. I will look at it after the stream. And then I can talk to you about it, Timmy. When game? Smokey, if we're not gaming by 4.5 hours into the stream, and I haven't stated it's gonna be like a 10-hour stream, we're probably not gaming, bro. I am sorry to break your heart, bro. But we should have ended the stream an hour ago. I said Muffin was doing a 10-hour stream. Don't twist my words, Smokey. I know what you're playing at. But I just kind of wanted to highlight how we were using the character, the story and the plot, and the character's relevance to the plot with like a base character to round out how that character would have wound up in this place in like real life. Like how would their life go for them to wind up in this situation? That's kind of the idea. Because normally, like for a lot of the other stories, they're based on some sort of reality that allows me to draw on a backstory that could be like, this is why they're where they're at. But for this one, I wanted to do it completely from scratch. Same with like Hector, and the reason why his is pretty interesting. I like where Hector's went. It was a completely different idea than I would have ever thought, but it kind of matches the same kind of style and complements Linda very, very well. Question. Yes, Smokey. Are you gonna ask the question, Smokey, or are you just gonna... I love when people say question! It's like, now I'm just anticipating you asking a question instead of you just asking a question. And now I know you're just gonna sit there, Smokey, and you're not gonna ask a question. Because you're just mean to me. You're just so mean. But yeah. That was basically what we wanted to showcase. How you can mold the character around the story and then mold their background into this kind of, believable posturing of this place, even if it's like kind of crazy in this state. And then how we can take a scene like we're going to do with Hector, where we have no original, because the first one was we have a character profile and we fleshed out the story that we had with the character profile, right? That was the experiment that we just did. So the next experiment is taking those scenes without any character profile and saying, this is what happens to the character. Now build me a character profile based upon that. Does that make sense? So this is part 1 that we just did, and part 2 we'll pick up with again tomorrow. But unfortunately, we are going to have to... yes, it does. Okay, we're going to have to pick this up again tomorrow. The cows are out in the field. And I can see them, which means I probably need to go to bed, but I still got to do like the pre-streams or like post-stream shit. Get all the clips together, get all the edits done and everything. Get all the stuff posted.
Don't go, don't leave.
I'm sorry, Smokey. I'm so tired. I spent 2.5 hours today pushing carts because we had no store standards. So I actually did like physical work today. I didn't just stand behind a desk, look pretty, and take people's money. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Smokey, but you can't guilt me. You can go onto the YouTube and you can keep watching. Is that okay, Smokey? Pretend that it's like, you know, you're just click on this, click on. Okay, I'll give you one last moment here.
Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Oh yes, I am almost done anyway.
It's 6 in the morning, guys. I love it. 6 in the morning. That's a good time.
Keep dancing.
That gives me 2 hours to do everything, an hour and a half to fall asleep, 2 hours of sleep, an hour to get up, and then half an hour to get to work. It's perfect. It's 1 p.m. here, motherfucker. True, Smokey. What am I gonna do? I don't know. What? Go watch Asmongold's VOD from today, bro. Have you already watched Asmon's VOD from today, Smokey? Because if you haven't, go watch Asmon's VOD. Yes, you watched it? Okay, well, there you go. Then, did you see the clip? Okay, I gotta bring this up real quick, because this shit is fucking hilarious. The one with Asmongold, right? No, I mean, did you watch his stream? But just for a second, Asmongold drive-through. I wonder if it'll bring it up. Drive-through phone call. Damn it! Where is it? He doesn't play the whole thing though. Penguins, I hate his voice. Wait, you don't like Charlie? What do you mean you don't like Charlie? I love Charlie because of his buffoonery. Instead of saying swear words, he just comes up with his own random words. I fucking love Charlie, dude. Charlie's the bomb. Asmongold. What's it called? The Watch Water or whatever? Donation. Yes, okay, this is it, guys. This shit is fucking hilarious. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. Let me find this 1 second, because I have so many of these fucking things open. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So this happened, like, last night.
Alright, so, people die from it, and we were just curious. Your friends here were saying you were a very generous soul.
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking did the McDonald's drive-thru and it's gonna happen to me? Oh my god! Oh, what are you trying to get me? What are you just fucking give me a number? Just give me a number, Jimmy.
All right, so Jinxie, Logan, they both just committed $100,000, and
okay. Here's the thing is that I didn't fucking go and have Prime, so I'm not $100K. No, I'm not.
He's right.
Are you? No way. The Prime is in my fucking convenience store, okay? When Starforgers are in my convenience store, then maybe I'll give you $100K.
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer, like watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
Yeah, and you know what? You know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't run the stuff.
It's a big day for me.
Okay.
It is
Aiden,
tough,
take
guys. You're putting people on the spot.
Nah.
Hey, they put me on the spot too, man. And now I'm broke.
Like put in 400K.
Just absolutely
Yo,
crushing the game.
Asmund, I got an idea for you. Here's the easiest thing in the world. Is it? If we do a stream, me, you, Aiden, we put that day, we do a whole stream together, right? We on the same ingest. And whatever KCAB pays out, right? All of us combined, we just donate that amount to that. And it'll probably be a crazy amount.
Smart. Let's do that.
Just say
Imagine we get everybody.
I love
Yeah,
when
I'll pop it.
XQC says
The KCAB will pay, like, fucking- it'll probably be like 400K for all of us, to be honest.
DFKNGHGLKFDGH.
I'm gonna be honest.
They nerfed it. They patched it a little bit. Not gonna lie. They patched it just a little bit. Yeah. Still hit though.
It'll be the mid 200s probably, but that's still great though.
Made his own language. XQC. Yeah.
That's insane.
That's a lot of
Oh
money.
shit! Kodak Black is in the chat. He said he got 50 bands.
Actually,
Kodak.
That's a lot. That's a fucking lot. God damn. I'll figure something out. All right. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not gonna donate $100,000. I'm gonna be honest. That's a lot of money.
It's fine.
That's a-
$10 just
Yeah.
to clean water.
You people, y'all putting me on the spot. Y'all trying to make me look like an asshole. That's what's going on. I know what's going on here.
no, but
Yeah.
my idea could be kind of cool though. I'm not even making any pressure though. But
All right.
but
What's your
if
idea?
you-
What's your idea?
If you're in the area,
Actually,
if you're ever
Okay.
in the area and we're on the same ingest and we just put KCIP for like what 4 hours all of us together, I think it could be cool for a good cause. A little segment like what
Yeah.
3 hours.
okay.
live
I will
stream.
say this. I would do it.
There you go.
I would do it. Period.
There,
Yeah,
too
I would
easy.
do it. Okay. Donate
Thank
the
you
money.
so
I'll
much,
give a fuck.
Aspen.
Hey, I gotta go, guys.
Yep,
Jimmy,
yep.
send me the info. Aspen, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
See, I
Bye, guys. You're doing God's work, Jimmy.
All right, Logan.
Okay.
Thanks, sweetie.
What a great end to the stream. The Asmund moment of the day, guys. Oh, now you're gonna make me. Jesus Christ. You guys see what I deal with? He doesn't even give me the full song. He doesn't even give me the full song. You're so mean. At least give me the full song to play. You know what happened last time, Smokey. You don't deserve it. True, brother. True. I have to earn that shit. Alright, guys. Well, here we are at the end. It is what it is. We made it this far. That's what matters. So, you know, progress is progress. We got through the commentary. It took us 3.5 hours for the reacts. But hey, man, it was a good fucking react day today. And remember, as always, I fucking love you guys. Thank you
Rick
so
rolled on stream,
much.
classic yay haha moment.
I know, right? It's literally a meme in here now because everyone does it because they've just like react to this and then it's a Rickroll and it's like, oh my god. Anyways, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I fucking love you. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always, every day, same time. But remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, boys. Who we raiding today? Fuck you, Smokey. Vagina, vagina, vagina. No, I said Vigentillion. No, I did not say that. I said Vigentillion. Don't you know Octovigentillion?
845 quintillion 684
Didn't do enough.
billion,
You didn't do
598
enough.
trillion,
It's literally like
675
80 characters, bro.
646,793,456.
Okay, I'll. Oh shit! Apparently we're in the middle of an ad break. I didn't even realize we were in the middle of an ad break, but this is how you go out. Fuck! I did TSS instead of
65 septenvigentillion 897 sesvigentillion 436 quinquivigentillion 749 quaduorvigentillion
I am a fucking dumbass.
730 duovigentillion 900.
Thanks for using the emotes there, Timmy. You like my dancing tits?
905 novemdecillion 678 octodecillion.
We have a good time in here, guys.
Septendecillion 739 sexdecillion 854 quindecillion 763 quadu.
Who's the new kid on the block? Who's the new kid on the block? Oh, I don't see anyone, guys. I love it. Wood next. Oh. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's go here. I don't even read. It's so true, Smokey. You're just here for the entertainment, because I don't want it to just be reading and writing. I want it to be it's supposed to be entertainment at the end of the day. It's all about the entertainment. So, I think we're going here, guys. Get your Wii U!
We all know why I am here.
Ready!
To save Mr. Meeseeks.
From the sweat on my forehead? True, Smokey. Okay. See you guys next time.
Is now following. Thank you for
Oh
following
shit!
Prominent 111.
Prominent
I hope you are
11.
enjoying the stream.
Hey, great streamer. Hey, we're just about to raid out. Thank you so much for the follow.
And thinks he'd be a perfect match for
We are
us.
literally. I love your stream. True.
Are you smoking?
It's great. Thanks, bro. We're raiding out right now.
Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. I'll make
Do I have enough to raid out on Kit?
Burning pine-scented hairspray.
Apparently I do. So Smokey, I can raid out with you, bro. Let's raid out someone. Let's host. Can we go Big Booba? Do you want a Booba stream? Do you want a Booba stream? I know you want a Booba stream. Oh, wait, I got one that's better. Dude, I got one that's better. Dude, we're going there, Smokey. We're fucking going there. Let's do it, bro. Hold on. I gotta get my Wii U's.
What? A raid? Who raided? What? E-Talk! My goodness. Such a long time. Shout out to E-Talk, everybody. E-Talk. Why are you not showing up in my thing for shouting you out? E-Talk. E-Talk. Here we go. How was your stream, E-Talk?
They're so cute.
Thank you for bringing your fam here. We love you.
Your work is cute. That's kind of sexy, though.
Yeah, E-Talk is, for those who don't know,